Hello, hello, hello. I'm here because I am now back. Hello, Shakespeare. I'm here because there's been some more development when it comes to the Bad Empanada versus Cavals situation. This is my duty, it's my duty, it's my duty to look at it. It's my duty to look at the video and react to it. But first, a few minutes of Final Fantasy Tactics. Come on. You understand me? My feelings. Look at this. You can hear me? Gabrielle, come on. Look at this. We are gonna go through the Cavals drama. Continued. Duty, yeah, Call of Duty. It's a Call of Duty of mine. Beautiful music. Oh, I must fix audio. Ding, 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 ding. The Zodiac Brave story. Duty! Call on Duty! What is it called? Wave. The program that I use. Arigato Wave Link! Come on! Shall we wait for some more people to come before we do the dramatic? Ding ding! Let's wait. Okay, there are so many people here now. So, okay. I will let you vote. Do you want me to jump straight into Cavals, or do you want me to do a level of Final Fantasy Tactics first? Hello, Drake and Grissinger. Press 1 if you want to straight into the news, which is the drama. And 2 if you want a level of... no, it's Final Fantasy Tactics. Also, which one do you want? Do you want level of Final Fantasy Tactics or straight into Cavals? Tell me, please. Okay, straight into drama. I see. Yeah, like a dramatic giggler. Okay, then we will make it bigger. And after that, we will browser. And after that, we will play some FF Tactics. So, 2 is here for you and to cheer today, Lucy. Oh, thank you, Giggler. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this, Gigglers. It's a while because I will give you the breakdown, okay? So, Cavals and the talk with Bad Empanada. Yeah. It's true! Lucy drama haze. Okay. So, like, Cavals talked to Bad Empanada and then they argued. It was not good. And then, after they argued, Bad Empanada started making wacky videos about Cavals and going into her chat. And then, Cavals did a response. And now, Cavals did a new response to Bad Empanada's wacky response. And this is what we will be watching now. A response to the response of a talk to the response. You understand me? So let's go. Game Boy. I know this. It's a Game Boy. Be careful, Cavals. You might be called racist for making fun of his name. Like I did. Bad empanada. Ooh, que falso racist. Made fun of the name twice. Strui said how terribly Jeffrey Bad Empanada is treating her after their lifelong friendship. Right? I know. Like, I don't know. I would never treat a friend I've been a friend for years this way, okay? You know? And they met in school or something and they played RuneScape together. See, I know about I know about the... I know about the lore. No. Okay, now you should be able to hear the audio from the browser. But yeah, I know the lore.
Okay, let me get the bad empanada. Let me get the bad empanada video.
Bad empanado, no.
Okay,
Kefas, don't be racist like me. Don't be racist like me.
Oh, bad empanada jump scare.
Bad empanada twice now, okay?
Okay, let's see.
Okay.
So Keffel's just made the very poor choice to invite people onto her stream to refute the claims that she made about the Holodomor being a genocide. And it's once again a great doozy.
But he made that video right because Bad empanada slipped into her chat during that stream, okay? When she was inviting people to call in, Bad Empanada wrote in chat, and he made this video right after sliding into her chat. That's pretty creepy. Creepy behavior. Not good. I don't give this many points. I give this 3 out of 10 points, okay?
She pretty much just outs herself again as a massive liar, and I'm going to show you exactly
Massive
how. Let's
liar.
get right down to the clip where she was confronted about what she said about me. She claimed that I was a genocidal Stalinist who supports Stalin.
I mean, yeah. You are, aren't you, Bad Empanada? It's my duty to deliver some disappointment to you because you have said that I provide the embarrassment. Okay, I will provide you the embarrassment that you need. You should be embarrassed.
Genocides and ethnic cleansing. Let me show you the clip of that first.
I will
bring
provide the embarrassment to you.
receipts. She never does. She basically relies on her audience being too stupid to actually seek out the facts and just accepting whatever she says.
Oh, seek out the facts like you do about Robert Conquest, right? That he totally denies that Ukrainian people were targeted in the Great Hunger. I see.
As
Out
if
of
it's,
myself?
it's like the default truth no matter what. Listen.
If you go onto Bad Empanada's channel, one of his most popular videos is him defending Stalin's mass murder and ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Okay, let's go to Bad Empanada's channel. Let's sort by popular. Well, this is the 8th most popular video on my channel, but it's also the only one that's actually about Stalin. So this must have been what she's talking about. Let's click it. So this is a video about the Holodomor genocide question. It goes over the scholarship on the question of whether the Holodomor was a target of genocide of Ukrainians or not. And I end...
Okay, I don't care. That's okay. That's the problem though. It's like I actually don't care. Like I don't care. Like regardless if I was right or wrong, I actually just don't care.
Even if the famine was not a genocide, it was still a massive failure of policy, and the government reacted with more concern for its self-image than for the people who were dying en masse. This is not at all something unique to Stalin or the USSR. Governments in general love to cover up and downplay events that are inconvenient.
It wasn't just that, though. It wasn't just that, because alongside Ukrainian people dying from starvation, Ukrainian intellectuals and political leaders were executed. They were being executed at the exact same time as the famine was happening. Is that... Can you just call it a really convenient coincidence that just when millions of peasants were dying from hunger, political leaders and intellectuals were being executed for quote-unquote treason, Ukrainian ones that is. This is like a really convenient, You know, everything lines up so conveniently, right? Everything lines up so conveniently.
she made about the Holodomor being a genocide.
You know?
The massive liar, and I'm going to show you exactly how. Let's get right down to support. Never does. She basically relies on stupid to actually seek out.
Channel, one of his most popular videos is him defending Stalin.
It's actually about Holodomor.
Okay, I don't care.
I do care. Yeah, counter-revolutionary. And keep in mind, many of them were actual communists and socialists because they were, some of them were the remnants of the some of them were the remnants of the Ukrainian People's Republic that formed after World War One, and the Ukrainian People's Republic was basically invaded by the USSR and integrated into the USSR. And part of the motive, part of the really, how do you say, reason why Ukrainian people were targeted during the Great Hunger was to eliminate the sort of separate identity of the Ukrainian people and to basically eliminate the possibility of people trying to recreate a separate People's Republic of Ukraine that existed before it was just assimilated into the USSR via invasion, you know?
Care. That's okay. That's the problem, though. It's like I actually don't care. Like I don't
So,
care.
You know, I care.
Like regardless if I was right or wrong, I actually just don't care.
Even if the famine was not a genocide, it was still a
I do care. It's so interesting to see the passage of time. They look quite different. He looks quite different here, like much shorter beard, and I have to admit, I would not be able to pull off the Stalin-esque thumbnail with the current Bad Empanada.
Massive failure.
It would not work.
policy, and the government reacted with more concern for its self-image than for the people who were dying en masse. This is not at all something unique to Stalin or the USSR. Governments in general love to cover up and downplay events that are inconvenient for them. But it happened nonetheless, and it's impossible for such a massive human disaster not to be attributable to the authorities who oversaw it, and especially not the ultimate authority, in this case Stalin. The fact of the matter is that Stalin heavily deviated from principles formed by Lenin and earlier Bolsheviks regarding the autonomy of...
So it's more than he just heavily deviated, right? It's like Lenin pretty actively warned the party against Stalin and against putting him in a position of power. Like, Lenin saw Stalin as dangerous.
Peasants and of nationalities, with disastrous effect demonstrated by this famine along with many other things, such as Lysenkoism, the deportation of the Crimean Tatars, and the reversal of Lenin's cultural and language policies, which were designed to foster each Soviet republic's unique identity. Compared to other Soviet leaders, Stalin
And
was
also keep in mind that it was in line with what Stalin wanted, since firstly, he wanted the USSR to be just called Russia, and Stalin's ambition was to rebuild the Russian Empire, more or less. So there is a strong argument to be made that Stalin was very uniquely not in line with any sort of communist principles, you know? He was more of a imperialist, his ideas were more in line with the Russian Empire than even like purely ideologically than with the USSR, you know? In my opinion, anyway.
Was uniquely brutal in ways which were not just completely unnecessary for the economic and social development of the USSR, but also just actively detrimental to it. So under no circumstances can his crimes be justified as simply being for the greater good. Okay, so that has to be what she's referring to, because it's the only video I've ever made about Stalin. That has to be what she was addressing. So she just plain lied about that because, you know, it basically pays in the circles that she's now a part of to be like, this person, tanky Stalin, Stalin, bad, tanky. So she was confronted live about this and asked to justify what she was saying. It wasn't by me, because she would never, ever make the mistake of talking to me live about something that actually depends on her showing heart.
Of course, keep in mind that there has been in this video a little bit of downplaying, since Berem Penada said Stalin was horrible, Stalin was bad, but there was the but he was not really any worse than any of his of other leaders of his time, which I personally would not agree that Stalin was on the same level as everybody else at the time. Some people have trouble looking past labels and seeing what people actually did, waiting that to figure out whether someone was actually doing good or trying to forward good things. Right. I think I would say that Stalin did pretty horrible things. But I guess it's good that at least Berem Penada says that he was detrimental to the USSR, which I would agree with. Most certainly. But I think he did a little bit of downplaying of Stalin's negative impact by saying that he was not really any worse than anyone else who was a ruler at the time. Also, being the best of class of monsters does not make you a good person, true.
Hard evidence to prove her claims. Do you think someone who just plays video games and says whatever 2-bit dumb shit comes to mind is capable of talking to me about a historical question that I'm intimately knowledgeable on? Obviously not. Anyway, let's see what she says.
People keep going back to Ukraine. I never mentioned...
Intimately knowledgeable on the Australian who moved to Argentina. So intimately knowledgeable on the Great Hunger. He's so intimately knowledgeable about this topic that when I said that Poland might have some unique sources when it comes to this topic, he got shocked and asked why would Poland have anything unique to say on this subject when one, Ukraine and Poland have historically been very tied together, starting with forming one Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the fact that parts of current day Ukraine before World War II were parts of Poland. Kyiv, Lviv were in Poland before World War II, you know? And the sheer fact that Poland shared a border with the USSR, so Poland had, was very close to what was happening, so had intel, There's uniquely Polish intel on the situation of what was happening in the USSR during the period of the Great Hunger. So I'm not sure if it's a wise question to ask, what can Poland contribute when it comes to unique sources, You know what I mean? Yeah, he does. He does say it like he has a PhD and specializes in the Great Hunger, Does that make sense? I actually, right here on my lap have like this book that I will be going through to prepare more on the topic of the Great Hunger. It's, of course, the book is, of course, it's like the 7th volume on a big series on Ukraine. The book is called The Great Hunger in Ukraine, 1932 to 1933. It's a very big book. It has 1,100 pages, and it includes many documents, sources, and other sort of good things. And it's a fairly new book when it comes to the topic of the Great Hunger. It was written after the opening of the archives, you know. Let me see. When were the archives open of USSR? The opening formally closed and classified archives following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, right? And the book that I'm referring to has been published in 2008. So it has good information on the topic. I don't actually know what this book says about the Great Hunger. I'm not even sure if it does judge it to be a genocide or not, this book of 1,100 pages. But one thing is for sure, it documents the thing in great detail. So we're gonna have to go through this little puppy and we're gonna create some material based on it. And I've got a smaller book as well on it.
Ukraine. I never mentioned the Holodomor.
You lying fucking weasel. My only video on Stalin is on Ukraine and the Holodomor, so that has to be what you're referring to. Or were you just completely making shit up? Those are the only two options, and both of them involve you being a lying piece of shit snake. Very simple.
Okay, I don't.
This is what he actually wrote when he slipped into Kefal's chat, you know? He said, Kefals is a lying snake. And I said, oh, hello, Gingler. And then he was banned or something. And then he went to my video and he wrote a comment saying that I offer only embarrassment or something. Why is he so angry with me? Why is he so angry? It's because he has a beef with Kefals.
Care.
Don't be angry at me.
Simple as. I don't care.
Don't take it out on me, Madam Banana.
Like, I don't understand. Like, how am I so owned? Like, dude's made like 4 videos about me this week. I was just wrong. Like, I'm a fucking idiot. You're treating me like I'm this like master manipulator and not like I'm just like this fucking like ADHD rattled autist that can only have conversations if I'm playing Raft.
Bad Empanada's video was about the Ukraine. He has one video.
Raft. Is Raft any good? Is Raft playing? Is Raft worth playing? Also, is in the theater to Bad Empanada.
About Stalin, honestly, about you. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah,
And
bad
unless there's a secret Bad Empanada video that we don't know. He's talking about the Ukraine.
He's legit just an angry person. He's one of those people who will target whoever is in front of him. Unfortunately, true.
Okay.
True.
Well, I mean, I've talked to him privately. We've been friends for years. Like, I
That's a lie. This way that she keeps claiming that people who were never her friend were her
don't use my mental health issues as a shield. Okay, first of all, having ADHD is not an issue. It makes me adorable. And having autism is not an issue because it makes my pussy fucking slap. So please do not refer to the most positive traits that I have as issues.
friend is honestly just fucking creepy.
I mean, some people are doomers, and to some people, to doomers, positive traits are issues because we all should be miserable. So maybe Jeffrey is just a very aggressive person. He gets angry with anyone that even mildly disagrees with him. True. Like, actually, after this, I have okay, we will watch because this video is short actually. So I have one more video about bad empanada. Oh no, that's not a bad empanada. Like we will jump from bad because actually, weirdly enough, bad empanada's newest target is our different friend of the channel. What if Artiste? Damn, she's flexing hard. True. Hello.
Honestly, what the fuck is wrong with you there?
I know that he defends a lot of what Stalin does more than he's willing to say publicly. Because
Oh, you know that? Let me leak the logs, Kefal.
My gosh! This is a meltdown. Let me leak the logs, Kefals. Let me leak the logs.
Let me leak every log from the second that we became so-called friends.
My
Let's
gosh.
do that.
Okay.
Stalin. Oh
Okay.
shit. Oh shit. What's that? 0 results? Oh shit. Oh shit. Just
Oh,
for good measure,
shit.
scroll through them all.
Wait, why did Kefals become friends with him and not like, and she's not friends with me? That's not fair. Raft is alright. If you're into survival games, you like it. Okay then. Let me ask you this. Because this game actually, I actually thought this was Forest when I first saw Kefals play. Which game is better? Like this is going to be like, the answer to this question will answer everything that I need to know. Which one's better, Raft or Forest? He sounds like he's gonna pee in his bed and diaper. Oh no, I made a joke on his name. He's gonna be me racist again. Which is better, Forest or Raft? I need to know. I played a bit of Forest. I thought it was okay. I thought Forest was okay. So is Raft similar to Forest? Is it the Holodomor one or is it some other video? Does he have some other video about Stalin's regime? Are we talking about the one that I've already reacted to and he brigaded my channel? That depends more on what you like in survival games. Forest tries to be very realistic, while Raft is more of a laid-back thing. Oh, Raft is laid back. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem that laid back when you look at Kefals playing it. I thought it was pretty involved and like hardcore, but I don't know. It seems that way to me. But I guess it's always like this when you just watch a game that you have no clue what's going on, right? I personally don't vibe with either, but I'd play Raft over Forest. Okay. Oh, yeah, we went through the Holodomor one. That's how I got brigaded.
Let's scroll through all of the logs. Anyone
Okay.
see any mention of Stalin?
Oh
Anyone see
no.
any mention of Stalin?
Oh,
The
no.
only times that I've ever spoken to her on voice, they were on either her stream or on my stream or both. So it's all public. I've never talked to her over voice in private. Oh shit! Check out all the time.
Like, I don't know, like Kefals might, like, for all intents and Kefals might be doing very basic stuff in Raft, but when she does the debates and she does the stuff, it looks like she's doing some complicated stuff because I don't know this game, you know? So it looks really involved and like she's like a Raft pro, you know? But in reality, I don't even know what she's doing, so...
that I told her about my secret views on
For
Stalin.
example, what is this bottle? What does this do? Like, what is she running with a bottle in her hand? Like, what does this accomplish? I have no clue.
In our very long friendship, we've been friends for so long, according to her, aka we exchanged
That's true,
2 or 3
Jeffrey.
messages, like once every 2 months.
That's true,
For her,
Jeffrey.
that's a friendship. Where's
Why isn't she a friend with me? Is it because I only offer embarrassment? Is that why? Is that why Kefals won't be my friend? The bottle is water bottle for collecting and drinking water. So what, you have to go to island, like you have to go to an island and collect the water, or what? How do you, like, if you're on a raft, then how do you collect water? Do you collect rainwater? Yeah, exactly, Melvin. It's like it is a little bit, right? You see a game and you don't know like what's what. And it's like it makes you a bit curious if you should maybe play it or something, you know? She only befriends bad guys. She befriended Vosh. Come on. Vosh is not a bad guy. Demon Mama is not a bad girl, you know? Demon Mama and Vosh are not bad.
Stalin, Keffals. Where's any discussion of Stalin or my secret
She befriends aristocracy. In my opinion, aristocracy is not bad, you know?
views on Stalin that you claim there? Oh shit, it's not there? Wow. Lying
Wow.
snake. She will say anything for clout. Absolutely anything to attack the people that she's
And the clout of being involved with Madame Panada. It is known that the biggest clout comes from being involved with Madame Panada.
trying to suck up to don't like. She will gladly destroy what she calls friendships with other creators just for the sake of getting more clout with the fans of bigger creators.
Gerber isn't bad, just misguided. I mean, too much drinking and peeing in the basement, right? Like, maybe he can be fixed.
Who don't like them. That's who she is. If you want to talk about someone liking
That's true. I will.
Gerber actually, which is a weird tangent that I'm about to go on to, but someone made like an origins video for Gerber, and Gerber genuinely had, I don't know, pretty wholesome beginnings when he started, I think, doing with his wife tours, and they did videos about those arcades when you have to fish out a plushie using the mechanical hand. And I think he did videos about those, and it was pretty like wholesome or something. Right? Like Gerber had some like pretty, at least compared to now, wholesome beginnings. What happened, Gerber? When did you go astray?
will literally say anything for clout and money, which is why you should subscribe to my stream. Because I will say anything that makes you feel good, and I will fucking die for you.
Stalin, there is more evidence for Keffals having been a massive lover of Stalin than there ever is for me. Let's just fucking show you. Oh shit, what's this photo, Keffals? Who's that in the background? Joseph Stalin. Oh no, what's that? What's that?
That's pretty weak. A book and a statue. Like she might just be interested in the history, and the statue would be like, this is very weak. Like even if she was more of a supporter of study in the past, this photo like demonstrates nothing. It just demonstrates that she's in the same facility, that she's in the same room with a figure and with a book, you know?
Fraud, Famine, and
Demonstrates
Persecution by
nothing.
Joseph Hodel, a book that specifically claims that the Holodomor genocide idea was created by the Nazis. Shit, what's that? Who's that? Is that you? Oh, wow. It would be a bit weird if she's projecting her views onto a
Like, what is this? What is this supposed to demonstrate? Nothing.
previous views onto me by lying about supposed private conversations we had that we never had. Wouldn't it, Keffals? You lying snake piece of shit.
I look underage. I was not underage in that photo. I was, that photo's only 4 years old. That photo's like...
I don't think she looks underage there. I'm just gonna add my 2 cents. In my opinion, she does not look underage on that photo.
was what? That was 20.
Ah,
Yeah, it's like that was like I think I was like 24, 25. I do have a secret about that photo. It's actually like it's kind of sad. I don't even know if I should be this sad on a stream. I was fucking high on like Percocet in that photo because that photo was taken in the aftermath of my dad dying from cancer and I was incredibly fucked up about it. Why would I talk about Ukraine? Because I've never
Why would you talk about Ukraine? Because you made a claim about my video, which was specifically about the Holodomor genocide question, being the question of whether the Holodomor was an intentional targeted genocide of Ukrainians. And that's why you would talk about Ukraine. You
in my opinion, the answer, of course, to this question is yes. Yes, it was. In my opinion, yes, it was. Kafar's changed her political opinion since and Ben Empana hasn't. Yeah, but even putting the opinions aside, being in a photo with in the same room with a book and a statue of a person does not demonstrate anything. Like, we should really not, we shouldn't jump to thinking that being in the same room with a book and a statue is like a indication of something.
lied about my video. You lied about it. And in order to try and justify it, you're trying to shift the topic to something else, being Stalinist ethnic deportations, which is not what my video was about. You made the claim about me. You specifically made the claim about my video. Should I play the clip again to remind you for good measure? Sure. Why not? Let's do it.
Empanada's channel, one of his most popular videos is him Wow, I can't believe that Bad Empanada defended Pol Pot. Like, that came out of left field. What the fuck is he talking about? This is getting weird. Ending Stalin's mass murder and ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Look at the fucking smirk on her face as she says this. She's borderline laughing. She knew it was a lie, and now she's backed into a corner because she has to defend the lie by deflecting and pretending she was talking about something
She's
else.
borderline
Look at my
laughing.
channel. You look at the videos on my
Laughing.
channel about Stalin, there is one. It's specifically about
Oh wow! Who would have thought I was? Wow, wow! You're so right, Jeffrey. You're so right. Who would have thought that I was like? Remember that time when we were childhood best friends, and I met you at an aquarium in fucking Australia, and I've got a WestJet ticket. And I'm gonna go see you in Argentina, even though WestJet doesn't go to Argentina. How'd you figure it I was lying? You were
Wait, hold on. Now I'm confused, Gigglers. I'm confused. If WestJet doesn't go to Argentina, then how will Kafas go to Argentina to meet with Bad Empanada? She's lying right now. I'm calling out her lie. You lie, Kafas. Kafas just lied to us. Like, Kafas doesn't even know how to buy the correct ticket. And he's ashamed and trying to cope. You know? Just return the ticket and buy the correct one. Come on. Like, I can't believe they were such friends from childhood. I believe she said they played RuneScape as well.
so smart. You're such a smart little buddy.
a whole lot more. So obviously it was about you.
You're such a smart little buddy. Smart little buddy. Oh. This is my opening for the segment.
That's why you're being asked about.
Yikes!
Lying snake.
Yikes!
You pathetic lying
Yikes.
snake. Talentless, unemployable, lying snake. All that you can do is stream drama.
Oh, talentless, unemployable little snake. He's so mad that he had to take it out on me partially when he went into my comments and left the comment of, oh, don't try to do anything all you can, like, all you can give is embarrassment or something. Unemployable? What is he, a capitalist? I don't know.
Can do is chat with random people on Twitter, you know, with sophistry, providing zero evidence for any of your claims while you play fucking video games. And let me just take a second here to talk about these streamers. They are totally screwed.
These streamers. Unlike Bad Empanada, the only good streamer.
In a couple of years, they're totally screwed. Because what they rely on is basically exploiting a very niche group of teenagers to early 20s people who are basically haven't even started their lives yet.
I'll have you know that most of my biggest donors are older women who are definitely like sugar mommying me. It is not people in their early 20s. Okay?
Hello, Mike Sanders. Anime feeling speech.
You're completely wrong.
Yet most of them have pretty much no life whatsoever. So they need like a parasocial streamer in that community to attach themselves to. And she relies on people like
Bad Empanada mentioned projection before in this video. I think we are seeing some projection here.
that, basically stealing their mother's credit card and donating their money to her. That's where her income comes.
Have you seen President Sunday doing an anime doing a Bad Empanada comment? It's pretty good. Oh yeah. I wonder we will watch this video on stream.
From. It is
It's
incredibly
really good.
exploitative. You know, you watch my channel, it's because I make videos that talk about specific topics. I refute bad political and historical arguments. I make original historical and political arguments. And
Or you make original historical and political arguments. What is the Bad Empanada's original political and historical argument? And what bad historical argument did he refute? Like by what? By lying about Robert Conquest? Is that it? Oh yeah, I remember that time when Bad Empanada said that Robert Conquest totally switched his position 180 degrees and declared that Ukrainian people were not targeted.
I back them up with exhaustive evidence. What does Keffels do? She sits there playing video games or talking
Yes.
to her chat and starting drama with whoever the fuck she can manage so that the young people who she's misleading into thinking that she's their
don't give a
friend
fuck what
rather
everyone
than
says.
someone
Keffels
just
is
taking
fine.
money from them can
I'm not that
uncritically
old.
Oh my god, Maybun. Oh
I'm
my
your-
god. Oh my god. Thank you. You're not that old. That's true. That's true.
I'm your
I'm
friend.
sorry. Like, Jesus Christ.
defend her no matter what. It's a total joke. These streamers that day
Yeah, the great hunger in Ukraine. Like, Bad Empanada is so desperate to refute bad points that when I said that in Poland and in Ukraine, people refer to it usually as the great hunger rather than using the word Holodomor. Like, Bad Empanada got angry at me for saying that, you know? We will watch it, Melvin, don't worry. We will watch it right after this.
numbered. What are you going to do when you're like 35 years old and the completely esoteric videos that you make about streamer drama
Esoteric
can't pull in
videos.
any more new viewers because no one fucking knows what they're about. No one understands it, and you don't actually cover any topics of any consequence or meaning that someone who just happens upon your videos would even remotely understand. It's not going to happen. Anyway, so yeah, that's her lying again. Let's watch how this video ends.
This Bad Empanada that basically just caters to his niche little audience of Marxists, Leninists. Let's be like frank over here. He's angry. He's making so many angry bad empa poos on stream. Oh no. Am I going to be called racist for reading out this chat on aloud?
Let's watch how it goes. It ends with her basically running away.
Brought up you. This
Alright.
dude is literally just tanky Destiny. So true. In any of my positions.
You were talking about
Thank you,
on your
Destiny.
channel, on your channel, you were talking
Yes.
about this video on. You were talking about that video, and in that video,
Destiny is less unhinged. Destiny is not as unhinged as Bad Empanada, okay? Destiny is not quite as unhinged.
explicitly that he
I'm
was
gonna-
defending genocide and mass murder. You said in your clip
Mhm.
that
Oh, no, someone
Ruka
Although Destiny is a lot more dangerous than Bad Empanada as well, so...
posted
I'm being
Twitter user
gaslit
Ruka,
to support
Twitter
Keppel.
user
Keppel Wiggle.
Pete Stalin, then QRT'd, and then you QRT'd to say it's called Grow. You said the clip of you speaking was you saying
Right.
committed genocide and mass murder in Ukraine. ethnic cleansing.
I never
So would
said
you be
the
able to
words.
explain
I never
how-
said.
Oh, you lying piece of shit. We can all see that you reference my one video on Stalin, which you claim defended ethnic cleansing. and
Okay, but I
genocide.
never said the
You
word
lying piece of
Holodomor.
shit. Can you imagine her trying to talk to me about the Holodomor on her stream? Can you imagine someone walking around in a video game while I like actually cite the sources that I have memorized on the topic? This is why,
Memorized.
you know, instead of coming to me to talk about this topic,
Is this? He's such a fucking goofy guy, you know?
I stole my elderly mom's credit card for
Thank
this.
you, Parlef Shark. For your service.
Memorize the sources.
What I was saying. Why is it that like he takes himself so incredibly seriously? Like, oh, I'm on a video game platform. I'm playing video games on a video game platform. Why is that like so fucking shocking? Just let me game, okay? I need to stim. I can't like when I'm just reacting, it's hard.
He was also mad at me. He was mad at me for playing Doom while reacting to his video. He mentioned it many, many times.
It's hard for me to just react without like moving my fingers around. When I'm not streaming, I'm like fucking wrapped up in a weighted blanket.
He's Aussie Mike from PA. Maybe. Maybe.
Where I'm just like, I can't stop fucking wiggling.
sort out like random 20 follower Twitter accounts because she knows she cannot hang. She knows she's not intelligent enough. She knows she's not capable of actually defending the things that she believes because she doesn't know why she believes them. Well, I know why she believes them. It's because it pays more. That's why. Her views change. Her views completely change and de-radicalize the second that she got an itty bit of 15 minutes of fame in the mainstream media.
No, like I changed my views long before when I was a
What the
5
heck?
viewer streamer, I had the same views on this that I do now. I just didn't want to say shit. Like, cause if I like, what's the point, right?
I'm a
Why rock the
Thank
boat?
you, everybody. Now I'm a 15 viewer streamer, which is amazing, you know? I used to be a 5 and now it's like 3 times more. Remember, everybody, if I hit 50 viewers on stream, then I will show my face on camera. I will become a camera streamer for one stream or something.
But getting into this conflict with Bad Empanada basically dragged this out.
She's just looking for an excuse to bail because she knows that she could not justify anything that she was saying here.
I ended the
I will remind once more that Ben Empanada has said that I would not last 2 minutes with him in a conversation.
call. That was weird.
That was weird? Nothing about that was weird. You got called out for a claim that you made that you have since backtracked and moved the goalpost to be something completely different. And now you're justifying it by making up private conversations that we supposedly had. You know, you could at least give me the courtesy of getting one of your friends to make a fake account that you claim is me and have a fake conversation with them about Stalin and fudge the dates a little bit. At least put some effort into your lies, please. This is fucking unhinged. Like,
Unhinged?
for someone who-
Unhinged, really. Ben Empanada is gonna call people unhinged. That's okay.
constantly
This is unhinged, Kefals. You look so unhinged here. Look, look.
attacks others with
I don't give a fuck what
ableism.
anyone says.
Who constantly
Couples is
attacks
fun.
others for
I
Ableism.
actually stole my grandmother's American Express.
Ableism.
Beer, are you lying and gaslighting me to get me to donate to you? Yes, I am. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. I appreciate it.
Oh my!
I think I would feel like a piece of shit. I don't want to be like that. I want to play into it for a bit, but I also don't want to feel like a piece of shit.
in
Oh my gosh! Kefals got $100. Now I have to ask for you to donate into my coffee. I'll link it because this is the perfect moment. Okay, coffee for a one-time donation if you want to give me a tip because I want to not die. Copy, coffee, and Patreon for you to become at least like a $1 Patreon, which interestingly enough is $1 is to me a lot of money. Okay, do you understand me? You know. Patreon. So please become. Give Lucy a $1 donation. I deserve. Come on. You know, not just couple deserve $100. To me, it's like a lot of money. You know? $100? Come on, giggling. Patreon. Okay. My second link. There you go. Now we continue. Giggling.
innate traits, who belittles others, having
Belittles.
disabilities, for supposedly having mental health issues.
Oh, no.
That you have the audacity to act
Ableism.
like this, to act like a straight up gaslighting abuser. who
What the
claims that
hell?
someone is your friend when they've never been your friend, while straight up lying about supposed private conversations that you've had
My
with them, which we
gosh.
can scroll right through.
Gaslighting
I have to scroll
abuser.
through to show that it's a lie. What a fucking liar. I have demonstrated Keffels in these couple of videos.
This is so embarrassing for me.
The most
I don't give a
pathetic
fuck
liar
what anyone
imaginable.
says.
She deserves whatever shit she gets as a
Paying
result
my
of
yearly
this.
dues
She
for
brought
my
this on
MILF
herself.
certification.
I deserve whatever I get as a result for this. I just got like how the fuck much was I saw someone in the YouTube chat. Also, those logs show Keppel saying homophobic slurs and ableist slurs. This is indefensible. Okay, yes, I said both homophobic and ableist slurs. And what? What then? What do you? What now? You want to? If you want to go on Twitter and like complain about it, you can. But also, you can't stop me from saying these things. I'm gonna keep doing it. All right. Well, that was the bad empanada video. Also, like with the bad empanada situation, I literally did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want any of this to happen, and then it happened. And like I tried to de-escalate it, and like I tried to call him on Discord. I added him back, and he wouldn't accept the call. And then it just kind of like, okay, if you're gonna keep making videos about me, like we can play, you know, we can do a slap fight. He did neg me into a call. Oh yeah, this is also blown out of proportion because, you know, obviously like he's making AdSense money from this, he's getting views from this. People love to hate me. They really love to hate me.
I don't love to hate
And
you.
you know,
What do you
I'm
mean?
fine with that. I'm fine with that.
I don't love
like
to
be
hate you.
bullied, so it
Wow.
all works out. It's fine.
Really?
Still play RuneScape with Bad Empanada?
True.
No,
That's a
not
good.
anymore.
That's a good question. I'm glad somebody asked. I've been wondering about this. Like so many years, why would you stop? I bet they're really playing. I bet behind the scenes they're actually playing together still.
Jeffrey and I don't talk.
Don't trust her. I bet they still play. I bet they laugh about this behind the scenes. I bet behind the scenes they're like, ha ha ha, we make the bank while being friends behind the scenes and we play together. You know what I mean? I bet this is the case.
Hi, thank you so much for watching. If you want to participate in the chat and the videos while they're live, you can do so by making an account at keppels.gg. Also, my videos on this channel regularly get demonetized, so if you'd like to support the channel, you can do so at patreon.com/keppels, and I appreciate all of your ongoing support. I'll see you all in the next video.
Now we're gonna watch the best video, okay? Oh. Thank you, givers. Okay, now we're gonna watch a video, special video, by President Sunday, who has the best sense of humor. I bet you didn't think President Sunday had a sense of humor, but President actually out-humors all of you, me included. Like, President Sunday is not like me. He offers more than just embarrassment. But I'm not having a normal one.
You are
Buzz video.
a guy who makes videos in a bathrobe about interpersonal conflicts between internet streamers in the hope that the ones that you are siding with will invite you to their streams so that you can maybe gain some of their viewers for yourself. Among the people you suck up to constantly, there are actual proven sexual predators who have threatened their victims with rape.
He's alluding to Vosh, by the way. He's alluding to Vosh with that whole thing.
You are the very end of the human centipede of clout, consuming 15th hand feces and praying that doing so will make you relevant. I, on the other hand, am beholden to absolutely no one, able to do absolutely anything I want, because people watch my content for its actual worth, rather than for which internet video creator it happens to be siding with.
My gosh.
There is more worth in 1 second of any of my video essays than all of your videos combined. Good try though, my friend. Gotta say, I admire the desire to just give me layups like this.
Oh my gosh, I love this video. Layups. I admire. Give me layups.
I admire the desire to just give me layups like this.
I admire the desire to just give me layups like this.
Just give me layups like the desire to just give me layups like the desire to just give me layups like this.
Layups. Layups, layups, layups. Use in the comments of this video too. What? What made you think this was a good idea to upload? LMAO? I don't know, it's funny. That's why it makes it fun, you know? It's funny. Get him, empanada. Challenge Sunday to undo do. Challenge, get him, empanada. We're going to keep doing this for now. For now on, if you don't stop this cringe, you've been doing bads. The cringe part is reading it out like this with some anime pics and then uploading it. No, that's funny. Sorry, but this is the only way you can read it. Because we like laughing at you, obviously. The fact that you're a crazy person and that it's funny. I was afraid that Kafaras might be moving up in your rogues gallery and wanted to remind us, oh, no one will ever will touch Sophie's Joker. My offer still stands. $1,000 to stay off the internet for 6 months. You should take that time to reflect as to why you do anything on the internet. There is space in between the two and your name here. But Nadine, what? My gosh. This is quite a good video. But now, before we play a game, I want to change the title. Because Bad Empanada actually called out What If Art Hist? Did you know that? Did you know that Bad Empanada made a video on What If Art Hist? There you go. So we will watch some What If Art Hist content now. And to spice things up, because I know you like things to be spicy, we will watch it through the eyes of Bad Empanada. Okay?
Warning.
How is this video? Ah, we've already seen this. Wait, what?
Oh man, this one is an absolute doozy. You are not going to
What
believe
happened?
it. Careful's decided to go for I'm actually the victim here in her like random bizarre trying to start a conflict with me thing. That
Oh. Wait, well, never mind. Another video. I see. Should we watch this? Should we actually watch this? Or should I have to go to the toilet. So, 1, we watch this. 2, we watch What If Art Hist through Bad Empanada's eyes. And I will go to the toilet while you choose your destiny. You're Steven. I'm back. Two. Okay, so we have decided. The crowd has decided that we watch What If Artist through Bad Empanada's Eyes, which is an interesting choice, Gilas. What is this video? Oh, Final Fantasy betrayed us.
Crazy takes.
Bad Empanada 2. Ding, 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 ding.
Warning.
Warning. What if Artist Latin America video is Spain? So we will see. Like, Bad Empanada
All right, it's time to react.
is gonna roast our favorite historian, I guess. Oh my gosh. I have to check something. I'm really interested now. Would I be able to... No, not really. I would not be able to pull off the styling thing anymore. Young Stalin looked pretty interesting. He looked so much different when he became older. So wacky. Okay, never mind.
React. What if Altist, the best history YouTuber ever? Isn't it like just amazing and also incredibly predictable how he went from like making videos where he just like injects himself full of heroin and then says whatever the comes to mind, where he like tries to like spin like a pro-Western far-right narrative about literally anything he possibly can, while just putting like a random map on the screen. Now he's making videos about like why modern dating is broken, how family structure drives ideology. He goes from like making videos about how women caused the fall of the Roman Empire to why can't I get a girlfriend? I don't know, dude, maybe there's a correlation between those two things. Anyway.
He made a whole video about the Rome thing, about the women causing the fall of Rome. Oh my gosh. So what's the video that we're gonna react to today? Bad Empanada.
I think he has a video about Latin America, and that's what we need to fucking see here.
I see.
That's what we need to see. What it gets to the bottom of here though is, so obviously he's
True. Bad Empanada has to do the video as a proud Latin Americaner, you know?
Worse than Kraut somehow. But is his history worse than Kraut? Like, is he better at making shit up than Kraut? Or does he at least try to somewhat ground what he's saying in some sort of reality so that it's more persuasive? That's what I want to sort of examine here. Getting into the What If Alternate History video. That isn't actually a channel about alternate history at all. It's actually a channel about like how like anything that isn't like as like far right and traditional as possible is bad. Anything that isn't like free market capitalism is bad, and why don't I have a girlfriend? All mixed into one.
I mean, he does do alternative history. It's just like using alternative history as a tool of analysis outside of fiction is just a waste of time. It's just make-believe, you know? And it's a crappy make-believe through a far-right lens, as he actually did point out.
So let's find out. Let's understand Latin America.
Latin America is one of the most forgotten, ignored regions in the world.
Is it?
What? Okay, we're starting off with probably the dumbest claim I've ever seen.
Okay, so I mean, what is gonna be alright? Because what if our history really says some wacky stuff, you know? How is South America forgotten, you know?
One of the most forgotten and ignored No, that's just, you're kind of mistaking your ignorance as like a random white American who's never left his home state with that.
Like, I wanted to full screen the video on Bad Empanada stream. It's so wacky of me.
Everyone else, right? Don't confuse yourself for the entire world, because that is just a fucking bonkers statement. Like Jesus.
It's not as wealthy or powerful enough.
Honestly, Barampanat has been too charitable here. What about he's constantly is making alternate history videos even when he's trying to talk about real life? True. Even when he's trying to talk about the real history, he's making up some real alternate history scenarios out of it. It's true. So wacky. I actually am gonna change the title. I think what about his can differentiate between reality and fiction among other issues. Through the eyes of bad empanada. There you go. You do forget the presence of entire continents. True. That happens. That happens. That is said to be happening.
enough to be Europe or the US, it hasn't seen Asia's dynamic growth, and it's not as
Wait, I'm sorry?
For the entire
What? I want to listen to this again.
world, because that is just a fucking bonkers statement. Like, Jesus.
it's not as wealthy or powerful enough to be Europe or the US. It hasn't seen Asia's dynamic growth, and it's not as
So, Southern America is a continent, Europe is a continent, and then he lists the US because the US is also a continent. Europe, Asia, Southern America, and the US. Okay.
war-ridden or desperately poor as Africa is. This means that Latin America generally gets left behind in books on politics or history.
What?
I can't.
That's... No, it doesn't. No. No, it doesn't. Come on. It doesn't left out in history. That's nonsense. What? Oh
Can't
my
tell you how
God.
many politics books I've read that just look at Asia and Europe and the US.
What politics books? What the fuck are you reading? What the
This is such a weird statement. I can't tell you how many. How can tell you how many politics books I've read that speak about Europe, Asia, and Europe. You don't randomly pick up books like titled politics book. Books are specialized, you know. Books are written on a specific topic. Like you don't pick up a random book titled the book of politics and I wonder if they will mention Southern America in this one, or Africa. Like it doesn't work that way. You pick a book on a specific topic and you know what you get, what? What if I and Barampanada smoking to crack pipes at once is kind of dangerous? I don't know, like, I mean, Barampanada is not politics volume 1, exactly. Like, I've read so many politics books. This is so wacky. Like, usually when you want to read, you just pick books on a specific topic and you know exactly what continents and what countries will be discussed in the book, you know? I don't know, I mean, Barampanada's criticism is just like, just correct so far, so I'm probably not gonna have much to say about Barampanada himself here, you know? It's like, I'm gonna say that this might be the video where it's like with Steven's debate with Coach Redpill. We might find ourselves just rooting for Barampanada here. Because, yeah,
hell? Like, yeah, if you're reading like generic
the world according to history books. Wait, Japan does not exist according to history books, apparently. What? Russia doesn't exist according to history books? What if Alt-Hist has never ever read about Russia in any history book? This is like This is a big self-report. Someone pointed out that Ben Benasat is through a stage mic and it gets to me. I don't know if that's actually fine. I don't know. I don't know much about microphones, so I cannot comment. Banana can have good takes. It happens seldom nowadays, but it has been known to happen. I see. Well, this might be one of those days,
Like pop history garbage from the New York Times bestseller list, of course, it's going to focus on the US and Europe and Western countries or whatever, and maybe like throw in a reference to Japan once or twice. But like the idea that it's like
Throwing a reference to Japan. See, it's like that meme. This sign can stop me. I can't read. True. True. This is so wild that to me, this is such a self-report that, like, according to what if no history books mention Russia ever. Like, I can understand not finding many books that go in depth on the history of places like Vietnam, which I'm happy to report in the future we will be doing content on the history of Vietnam. Vietnam is like the best country. So, and it has an interesting history as well. What if this has never run beyond middle school history curriculum? They really don't cover much beyond America and Europe. This is a evil versus evil situation. That best side is the one that makes the other look funnier. He thinks the world is like an unexplored Civilization 6 map where most of the world is still in fog of war. True, actually, unironically. In the future, when I will be reacting to What If Artist, I probably will be playing Civilization while doing it or something.
like no one pays attention to it, dude. That's says a whole lot more about the shit that you consume than anything actually objective.
True, actually true. I was thinking the same thing. That talks more about what artist reads than anything. Like I'm gonna tell you one thing. What if artist shows like Europe here? I'm gonna press X to doubt that in the US people learn more about the history of Poland than the history of Russia. This is such a ridiculous statement. Like, I don't believe that for a second, that people in the US learn more about Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, and other countries, Belarus, than about Russia. Come on. Like, I don't believe that.
Or history books that just cover the Spanish conquest of the Aztecs and Incas and then promptly forget the region existed
Communism
at all. People
is
from the Eastern
based-
Hemisphere generally forget Latin America or view it as quaint, while Canadians and Americans often look upon it with a combination of horror and condescension. This video is my attempt to explain
Horror and condescension. This is such a wacky video. He's such a wacky guy.
how Latin America works. It'll look at how Latin America formed, how it's progressed, and where
How
it's
Latin America works? I assume that it works just the same as the whole rest of the world does? What do you mean? What is he trying to say? I will explain how Latin America works. Like, it works just like everywhere else does, right? It's just like a place where people live and have lives and, like, what? What is this? What's happening?
going. Let's look at one of the most enigmatic and confusing parts of the world, a region of dazzling
Enigmatic and confusing parts of the world? We will learn about one of the most confusing and enigmatic parts of the world? Like, he must be Bad Empanada here must be having a field day here since he lives in Argentina right now, right? It must be such a bizarre, must be such a weird experience to live in a place, everything's like mundane, normal, and then you found what about his video in which he claims that the country that you live in is mysterious and bizarre and weird, you know? This is so weird. This is so wacky. In America, most history classes are focused on America with occasional British or enemy-based history. Like collegiate or history classes are mainly focused on countries we squared off against. Like I had a pretty interesting curriculum, history-wise. In Poland, you actually learn quite a lot. You know? Oh. Like, this is like what the mysterious and bizarre. Bizarre, like Latin America. Like, I don't know, it's just.
Diversity and color stretching from Miami to
Miami. Oh god, that's insulting. I don't want Miami to be a part of it.
the Arctic.
Welcome to What If Alt Hist. He doesn't actually ask any questions about alternate history at all. Ah, look at this fucking sick music. How does Latin America work? Like, what the fuck kind of a question is that even?
I know, right? What? What sort of a... I mean, I have to admit, I think I'm just gonna... This is one of those videos where I'm just gonna watch whatever... Like, I'm just gonna watch Bad Empanada and just gonna agree with him. Because he started asking what sort of a question is this, and I find myself just agreeing. What sort of a question is this? Like, Latin America is like... I guess the answer is it works like everywhere else? Like what? When did he learn that South America's elves and dragons? Oh my.
How does Latin America work? That's not even a question that's possible to dissect because it's just incoherent. It's like asking, how does Asia work? Like, what the fuck? Work in what respect? And
Exactly. Exactly. Like, I assume his question is like, how do countries work? How do countries function? How do people live? But like, they do it like everywhere else. Yes, so people have a sense of scale and reference point here. Bad Empanada sounds not unhinged here. Yeah, like, he's just correct here. Like, he's just being correct here. Like, there's nothing more to say. Bad Empanada is just 100% correct here.
Latin America, like, as a something taken all together, like, what the fuck does that mean? We're
Exactly.
starting off really fucking strong here.
Exactly, like, especially that as any other continent, like, there's, like, I will assume that there's a lot of diversity, right? Between the countries, between the local cultures.
Civilizations take millennia to build and have a great deal
Oh my god, another, like, this cringe talk about civilizations, because, like, Latin America is a monolith, a blob, a quote-unquote civilization. What is this cutscene? Being very charitable to whatever he may mean, what are the macro forces at work in Latin America? However, that is not what he means.
of struggle and
It's like
adventure
from a
that go
video
into
game.
them. Experience some of that
It is from a video game.
with Rise of Kingdoms.
Ah! Oh my
I didn't expect to see like I didn't expect to see you know I didn't expect this, okay? I didn't think you to do that whole, sponsor. He means it in the Civilization 5 way. Plus world population, minus 12, minus plus instability. Oh my.
Oh my god! The video isn't even serious. Just a front to somehow form a random link with a fucking mobile phone cash shop gambling game. I love it. Oh, it's incredible.
Use the gift code to claim in-game props.
Use the
Also
gift
participate
code.
in a contest to win an iPhone.
Use the gift code YPride1488.
In the first video in this series in which I
Oh my gosh. White sprite. Okay.
about Western civilization, I left Latin America out of that video, which turned out to be a
Why?
controversial decision in which people...
We all know why you left it out because it goes against.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
In the first video in this series in which I talked about Western civilization, I left Latin America
Western civilization.
out of that video, which turned out
Like, dude, this is real life. People spend their whole lives doing sociological, anthropological analysis of a single country. True. Want to learn something about humanity? His brain melting nonsense apparently has 30k likes. Oof. Like when Bad Empanada watched it, it had 28 likes. How does this guy have 482k subscribers?
to be a controversial decision in which people...
We all know why you left it out because it goes against you can't have a place colonized by the
Okay, yeah.
whites that I don't want to use as my exemplar.
People keep on asking me why I made that call.
Wait,
the truth
what?
is,
That I don't. That
series in which I talked about Western
What?
civilization, I left Latin America out of that video, which turned out to be a controversial decision in which people...
we all know why you left it out because it goes against you can't have a place colonized by the whites that I don't want to use as my exemplar.
People keep on asking me
What
why
the-
I made that call. The truth is, I don't know or care if Latin America is part of Western civilization. It's sort of like as Turk...
You don't
What?
know or care about it. That's why you make videos like why.
What the heck? I don't know or care? Doesn't this dude pride himself as like a historian? And then he basically starts off his video that saying that he doesn't really care? He's identified the two genders, the West and the Orthodoxy. True. True.
Ionizing the concept of Western civilization all the time.
Always a shade of
Interesting.
green or blue. I'm sure some person has a definite answer to that question somewhere.
I also gonna have to, I'm gonna have to agree with here as well. The concept of Western civilization is pretty cringe.
But the only thing I can tell you is that the colors green and blue exist, and there's an area in between that's
What?
also a color, and I don't think arguing over whether or not it's blue or green is worthwhile. Latin America does have certain aspects of Western civilization and certain that don't fit, but I find arguing over definitions takes away from actually looking at things for what they really are by shoving them into pre-existing frameworks. The point I was trying to make is that
Ooh. I don't know or care about those people. They're beyond the fog of war. I don't know, build a scout and send them there. Like, come on. You can build scouts from the beginning.
Latin America
You
is
need to build scouts.
complex and
Latin America DLC. We need to shut down map video games until we can figure out what's going on. Of fucking course this guy is a product of playing map video games.
True. True, and ironically, every time I hear whatever he speaks, it's like he video games history. He video gamifies history, unironically. So, I have to say that this comment is also correct.
I'm intentionally saying map, right? Because it has a double meaning. He's a minor attracted person, and he also plays video games that are literal maps. I guarantee you, this guy learned everything he knows about the world by playing fucking Paradox video games. Latin American DLC, necessary additions, native peoples. I guess we don't have those anywhere else.
True. True. Did Iberia stop being part of Western civilization? When Muslims ruled it for hundreds of years? True. True. Oh my god. But wait, what about Spain? you know? Peninsula. Bash. My gosh.
Juntas, like no one in Latin America uses that word. There were like unified military dictatorships in like 5 countries for like a 20-year period, maybe. So that doesn't make any sense at all to even throw that out. And every single one of them was only installed as a
Communism is
result
based-
of America. I'm sure that will be left out. Like putting that in there, like it's somehow like some sort of cultural like quirk, like core part of a.
I mean, in the video game, it probably would be, yeah, right? Like, it does sound like a very video game logic, so.
It's like
Also, what does it even mean by orthodoxy? Is he a papist fascist? So he did not get the memo about.
a civilization or something. That is a bit suspect, my friend. Regular hyperinflation. So, I mean, you know, Americans will call anything hyperinflation, also ignoring how they caused it. Rolling political fashions. What the fuck does that mean? Far
What?
greater geographic diversity. That one, especially in comparison to the US, makes no sense at all. The US is just as geographically diverse. All I'm saying is that Latin America is a whole different video game from Germany or Canada. A whole different video game. Dude, you serious?
Wait, I actually thought that Bad Empanada. I hope folks actually think all I'm saying is that Latin America is a whole different video game was something that Bad Empanada said as a joke. I didn't think that What If Artist actually wrote it himself. This is so embarrassing.
You seriously need to get a grip on reality.
True. And ironically, you do need to get a grip on reality if you think that Latin America is this whole different video game. Like, I'm sorry.
This is not okay, whatever the fuck this is.
different enough from the rest of Western civilization that it deserves a video in of itself to explain it. The US
What
operates
the-
similarly enough to Germany that you could use the same basic operating system on both. Meanwhile,
What the fuck are you... What in the fucking hell are you saying?
you would need to code a completely different expansion pack in order to model how Satan
What the hell? An expansion pack? What is this? I sometimes know. Okay, I always joke that What If Artist just gamifies history, but here he just does it. He just openly does it. He just starts talking about expansions, about video games, about video game frameworks. The man who is hollowed is telling someone else they need reality. True, but in this case, it's not inaccurate. Okay, I'm gonna be hurt. I don't know. I'm just going to end up agreeing with Barampanada in this video. I guess like it's unavoidable. Like it might sound ironic that Barampanada is telling someone to get in touch with reality, but it is still correct. What if Artist is like more detached from reality than anyone?
Columbia works.
How the fuck do we even respond to that? That is just nonsensical. What the fuck is this man saying? What the hell is going through his insane brain? Obviously you can't answer that because he's not going to elaborate on it. He's just going to toss it out there and leave you to fucking deal with.
Like, it's just, I don't know. What if Artist is like ironically the unifier? Like he unifies everybody across the land. All the creators unify in their scorn of What If Art history.
With the ruins of that just downright bizarre statement that he just made.
Some of you might say Argentina or Uruguay are similar enough to what southern Italy would be like as an independent country, or Portugal, and that's probably fair.
What? Dude, like, I can't... it's hard to respond to any of the shit that he's saying because he doesn't elaborate. He just makes these wild, insane statements and then, like, acts like that's all he needs to say. Like he doesn't need to
True.
provide any examples, any like actual proof.
Actually true. What if he doesn't know what makes Dear Zoo good? What if what makes spirit science seem sane? And at least spirit science has some degree of self-awareness and is likely mostly grifting. Oh my god. Like, I mean, once again, Baron Panata is just correct. Whatever he does just throw into the ether those really wacky statements that are basically empty and move on, you know?
Proof for what he's saying, like any explanation of why he's saying it. He just says it and he goes. Like, how do you even respond to that?
Thing is, the Philippines could reasonably be considered a cultural part of Latin America, given that it was colonized by the Spanish for centuries during the same era as Latin America. I mean, the Philippines are named after the 16th century King Philip of Spain, for Christ's sake. Similarly, the native peoples were tribal farmers at a similar level to
There might be a bit of an issue with this thesis, that the Philippines, they're just not in America. Like, the definition of Latin America is not country colonized by Spain. Fucking hell,
development
man.
to roughly Colombia. I
This is
could
gonna be a
probably
long
make a
one.
fascinating video using the Philippines to understand Latin America, but the Philippines is sadly
There are similar looking buildings. Okay, well, go to the city center of Buenos Aires. It looks exactly like Paris. Literally exactly the same.
By that logic, Vietnam is like France, okay? Because in Hanoi, you still have a lot of old French buildings in the city. So by that strange logic, I could say, oh my gosh, look at Hanoi. Doesn't it look like France, you know? This is nonsense.
Okay, I guess that means Argentina is actually a francophone country, right? That's how this works.
one of the areas of the world where I know the least history about. There are generally three continental cultural influences in Latin America. The Iberian in the form of the Spanish and Portuguese, the African and native populations. Every Latin American country has these influences to differing degrees, with some nearly entirely missing out in the native or African influence, but
And apparently, like every single group of Indian people is the exact same. Every single group of African people is the exact same. But the Europeans, they get to actually be divided, right? They get to actually be clarified. Iberian. That same code
Like, this is like
is not applied to American peoples, nor is it applied to African peoples. They are all just a blob. Classic stuff.
yeah, I've noticed this especially about the Middle East. The Middle East is treated like this blob called the Middle East, you know? That is like what often happens with the
Stuff here.
with Iberian culture being the shared characteristic. How these formed is the topic of the next part of this video. The Spanish conquest of the New World was really impressive in sheer military terms. In many cases, like Pizarro's conquest of the Inca, 200 or so Spaniards, with the overlooked help of native allies, were able to conquer an empire of 11 million people. Around
He's like, it was really impressive in sheer military terms. He mentions the native allies without mentioning how many of them there were and how they are kind of outnumbered the Spaniards by like 100 to 1. So in sheer military terms, it actually wasn't impressive at all, because in sheer military terms, they often had even or more in terms of pure numbers than their opponents did. So in pure military terms, it was not very impressive at all. You could say perhaps in like diplomatic terms, because they did a lot of maneuvering, but also
well, once your civ conquers another civ, all of their territory changes over automatically when the cities stop rebelling. True. Nice.
in pure luck terms, they did very well. It was a series of incredibly improbable events in which they got incredibly lucky. An alternate history channel could make a video, if it was a good one, about how incredibly lucky they were and how it basically could never have happened if those events played out again. But yeah, I mean, right off the bat, we're getting some Jared Diamond shit.
I mean, to be fair, that's a lot of history overall, right? A lot of incredibly improbable events happening. Like, that's a lot of history in general, right?
shit here.
600 Spaniards under Cortez were able to conquer the Aztec Empire, which had roughly the same population as France's of downwards of 20 million people.
So, right, it's framed as 600. Yeah, 600 Spaniards. And how many people were fighting alongside them from native groups? A whole lot more than 600 who were just not mentioned. So in order to make it sound impressive, you have to erase the actual facts of what happened. Classic Europoid stuff here.
Yeah, very spot on the uneducated races globifying. Unfortunately, that happens a lot.
And whose capital at Tenochtitlan would be the second biggest city in Europe.
Yeah, this is just generic European supremacist narrative where the fact that they didn't actually do even like 10% of the actual fighting is erased in order to frame the Europeans as like racially superior superhumans. That's how it works.
A couple things allowed this, the first of which is the obvious technological advantages. Much to many people's surprise, the biggest Spanish advantages weren't with guns, but with steel and especially horses, which the native fighting styles were in no way adapted for. However, another very important...
Again, just plainly untrue. Like, if you're going to try and say that like a few dozen to a couple hundred horses were more important to the actual victories in battle than the 10,000 native peoples fighting alongside them, you're just being completely...
Like, I would really need to hear, like, justification for this. Like, for example, when the Mongolian Empire invaded Europe, the heavy steel armor and stuff like that proved to be a detriment, and basically the Mongolian Empire dominated European armies, you know, and Europe would have been rolled over if it wasn't for the fact that the Mongolian armies just would, like, basically not retreated but stopped their advance and went back, you know, which is again a pretty lucky turn of events for Europe, because it would have gotten rolled over, right? Europe did not stand a chance against the Mongolian Empire. People think the technological advances of antiquity were so important, but don't understand that with modern technology, empires have trouble crushing their foes. True. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of things that go into those sort of things.
completely fucking insane. It's that simple.
Factor was that these native regimes were often really brutal and disliked. Although later Latin American nationalist historians have tried to rehabilitate them, the Aztec...
Latin American nationalist historians, you're literally engaging in rehabilitation of the Spanish Empire, right?
This is interesting. This is an interesting way to dismiss historians from the countries that they hail from. Look at Vietnam or Ukraine, like, are not as sophisticated and with better tech. Yes, though Ukraine is receiving technology from the outside, so it's a bit of a different situation from Vietnam, you know. But yeah, this is really weird to dismiss historians from Latin America, you know, that try to rehabilitate. What if it's like a wild idea? What if those historians from Latin America don't try to rehabilitate, but actually try to say factual history of their respective countries, you know? What if that's the case?
Right now, my dude.
Empire, for example...
Because, like, the whole idea of, oh my gosh, Latin America was just full of wild, bloodthirsty monsters in charge, and the good Spanish people had to come in and, you know, clean up house, you know? You know what I mean? Like, and then following up by, but those nationalist scholars of Latin America tried to sort of clean up their image. Like, this sounds so weird.
Really hated, since it was the New World equivalent of Assyria, which used immense brutality to hold down its subject peoples, and the Inca all...
I mean, the Spanish replaced them and were even worse. So Like, where is he trying to go with this?
though being generally fairly benevolent, expanded too quickly and were already suffering crippling civil wars when the Spanish arrived. The Spanish native allies often numbered 90% of their manpower. Similarly, disease was probably the biggest factor.
Like, how does he reconcile throwing that in there, like, as a passing comment, while still trying to frame the conquests as, like, something that was incredibly impressive in military terms? It just wasn't impressive in military terms then.
Killing 90% of the native population, which had no immunity to European diseases within a century of European arrival. One of the things you need to understand at the Spanish colonization of Latin America was that it was in many ways an extension of the Reconquista, or the process by which the North Christian Spanish kingdoms colonized the South Muslim ones. It's a little ironic that the last Muslim kingdom in Spain was crushed in the same year as the discovery of the New World by Columbus. This manifests in a bunch of ways. First of all, for a lot of the wars with the Muslims, the Spanish would gather local ambitious militias together to conquer the Muslim cities without much guidance from the centralized government. These enterprising captains would turn power over to the central Castilian monarchy in exchange for titles of nobility. This was exactly the way in which the Spanish colonized the New World, with the conquistadors acting out of their own free will and acting like private business endeavors. The central Castilian government accumulated this massive New World empire without
They didn't actually end up giving them titles of nobility, though. For one, at least not in the New World, they certainly didn't. And for two, framing it as like private business endeavors is a bit misleading, considering they were, in most cases, literally contracted and entirely funded by the Spanish crown, which is, you know, exactly how, at that time, like any government operated. They paid people to undergo military campaigns for them. It's not like they were forced to do it, at least not most of the time. Columbus, for example, like the very first example of this, you know, he pitched an idea to the crown and they paid him to do it. It's really not that much different from, you know, simply having a professional army.
real effort on their part. It's sort of like if
Seem to recall that Spain expelled Muslim and Jews from Iberia on pain of conversion of death. Yeah, there was a... Yeah. There was a whole thing like that, Stephanie. Yeah, is correct, yeah. A lot of those people moved to the terrains that became the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Elon Musk colonized Mars with SpaceX
Holy shit, he is literally... Oh my god, this guy is insufferable.
And of course, in Spain, Jewish people created their wonderful language of Ladino, right? The Spanish-based equivalent of Yiddish.
used his own money and
Yeah, he's trying to frame it as like, isn't capitalism great?
then turns it over to the US government.
No, they didn't use their own money. They were fucking literally paid and supervised by the Spanish monarchy. That's not what happened. Like, he's trying to frame it as like a great success of free market capitalism, just like Elon Musk. Imagine if Elon Musk, man, this didn't age fucking well, did it? This did not age well at all. Holy shit.
The largest way the Reconquista played into the creation of Latin America was sheerly through the immense energy and conviction that was done with. Well,
What the heck is this? What the heck is this graphic?
most of Europe was in the Renaissance era of humanism, of painting naked people and borderline atheism. Spain was still hardcore crusader. The reason people like
What? No, that's just not wrong. That's just literally completely fucking wrong. What the hell are you talking about? They
Yeah,
were
that
all
is-
incredibly fucking religious at this time.
Yeah, of course. The what? Borderline atheist? What?
Like, I mean, 100, 200 years later, England was fighting a fucking religious war every 20 years amongst themselves. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Cortez or Pizarro didn't declare themselves independent
This is alternate history if I have ever seen one. Like, the rest of Europe was borderline atheist?
kings upon conquering their massive empires. Was it there was immense
Was that they couldn't have, because the Spanish would have sent others after them and just fucking massacred them all.
belief in the mission of a united Spain that came from the centuries-long conflict with the Muslims.
I don't know, these people actually, like Cortez and Pizarro, prove themselves to be incredibly self-centered and motivated by greed.
Also, let's be honest here. Like, the Muslim rule was probably the best thing that has happened to Spain. Like, it flourished under the
In time.
Islamic rule, right? Like, there was a literal golden age in that period. Right? You know? You know what I mean?
Well, I already. Oh,
So let me see. What if Altis doesn't understand how power structures operate? He sort of just assumes all of history is how it currently is, but it's somehow different since it was in the past. Yeah, it does seem that way. It certainly does seem that way. Let's move it here. And I wanted to check something, but now I suddenly forgot what I wanted to.
Over, but he's just offhandedly saying it's because they were loyal to the idea of Spain. They didn't have the power to do that.
Oh yeah, right. I wanted to. I remember now. Muslim golden, no, Islam golden age, Islam, Spain. There you go. Golden age of Jewish culture in Spain. There was this, of course. Were Muslims in Spain in the Golden Age. The Muslim period in Spain is often described as a golden age of learning, where libraries, colleges, public baths were established, and literature, poetry, and architecture flourished. Both Muslims and non-Muslims made major contribution to this flowering of culture. Like, keep in mind, like, the rest of Europe at that time was like I don't want to go overboard, but basically in comparison, they were like Stone Age, right? Compared to the Golden Age of Islam in Spain, you know? Like, it was really, really moving forward when it comes to all sorts of sciences, you know? Yeah, so that was like, you could argue that the Islam Golden Age was the best thing that has ever happened to Spain, you know? That was Spain's best time, you know?
At all. Especially because the entire basis of their
Feels like he supports the
alliances with
Holocaust.
native people, which is what allowed them to win these military conflicts in the first place entirely, and which is what the supposed power that they had depended on.
Like,
These
all of Europe was ultra religious. Like, I know that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was known as the country without the stakes, where people were not prosecuted for witchcraft as much as in the rest of Europe. But even this is a bit contested, right? That the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was not as squeaky free from witch hunts as is assumed.
alliances depended on them telling the people that they were the representatives of a powerful, important foreign monarch.
Everybody
That's
was
the only
religious
reason
then.
why they even allied with them in the first place. So do you think if they were like, oh, actually, we're declaring ourselves to be your king now, the natives would have just fucking turned on them and fucking speared them immediately? This doesn't make any sense at all.
The Spanish did best in the pre-existingly developed kingdoms in the New World like the Aztecs or Inca. These empires were similar to those of the Bronze Age in the Old World, with highly centralized god-king structures. The Inca Empire, for
God-king.
example, was one of the...
God King structures? What? What kind of reality is this guy operating on? Like, in Europe, Bronze Age was the era of highly centralized god kings?
very few successful communist states in history, with no...
What? I'm in awe. I'm in awe. How do you respond to that?
Wait, what did he just say? What did he just say? Where did you go? How did you go from god kings to communism?
The Spanish did best in the pre-existingly developed kingdoms in the New World,
How did we get here? How did we arrive at communism?
the Aztecs or Inca. These empires were similar to those of the Bronze Age in the Old World, with highly centralized god-king structures. The Inca Empire, for
God-king.
example, was one of the very few successful communist states in history, with no...
The Inca communist states? The Inca were a communist state? What? This is what the he said is most powerful.
I'm in awe. I'm in awe. How do you respond to that? I'm in absolute fucking awe.
Private property, everyone being assigned jobs, and the state even assigning brides. The centralized kingdoms provided a central nexus.
Communism is when the state assigns brides. Okay, that's communism for you.
The Spaniards could easily base their power out of. For example, in Peru, the Spaniards easily first enslaved and then serfed the native population. They just...
Actually, your entropy actually is 100% correct, that if it wasn't for the golden age of Islam, like the knowledge about Greek and to an extent Rome would have been lost. You know? Yeah, exactly, Stephanie. Yeah. You actually learn about this in school as well. Like, you learn about this, like, this is the saddest part, that you learn about those things at school, like at high school, or maybe even late primary school. You learn about the golden age of Islam, and you do learn about the preservation of the knowledge about Greece and Rome. So, but yeah, let's go back to the fact that communism is when state gives people wives.
Used the governmental structures set up by the Inca to oppress the native peasantry even more. In many circumstances, the Spanish
because the Europe did not oppress native peasantry.
Used the native aristocracies, who they recognized as legitimate nobility, to govern their empires. The conquistadors also married into the pre-existing Indian nobility at a really high rate in order to maintain their local legitimacy. All of this meant that the centers of Spanish America were also the native centers, and thus Mexico and Peru. It's often shocking that the Spaniards were able to control such massive...
I'm so shocked from the previous revelation that I'm unable to, like, say...
That was a revelation, wasn't it? That means like something Haz would say since he called the Mongolians communists too. What? The Mongolian Empire was communist as well? I guess everything's communist.
Or process anything that's being said right now.
Realms so outnumbered, but you have to remember that the Spanish annihilated the pre-existing cultural leadership by wiping out the indigenous priest classes, who were the teachers, historians, bankers, and community...
This is just like...
Bankers?
Insane shit. And look at these fucking pictures. Like, what is this? It's literally like, you have to remember that every
Why is there a severed head here?
Single group of people in the Americas was exactly the same. All of them had the priest class, that they were the special boys. And once they were gone, there was nothing left. It was all over.
Are you just gonna... I know this is wacky, but are you just gonna gloss over the class of bankers? The banker class? What was that about? The banker class. They were the bankers. The act of being alive is communist. True. Because communism is life. It's true.
These societies.
Many say
the
this.
Spanish argument was that their god was superior, and that was very heavily backed by the natives dying at 90% rates to disease. With their belief in their own cultures and leadership neutered, the Indians of the urban societies in the New World became quite substantial.
There were like relatively few urban centers, just like in Europe at the time, like of the urban societies in the New World. So what, like
interestingly enough, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth went to for a very different route than Western Europe, right? Than the quote-unquote West, which is why in Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, for example, did not really develop a route to capitalism. It kept this sort of wacky sort of feudalism in place, which is why big cities did not develop at the same rate as in Western Europe in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Like people from like fucking Tenochtitlan. That's it. That's not really enough. Especially, it doesn't really make any sense either. Especially since the allies they had generally came from other places. The idea that they prove their god was superior
It's just ridiculous, of
epidemics
course.
of disease, rather than the fact that they enslaved people en masse and forcibly converted them under the threat of death. You know, that's kind of a pretty important factor as well, don't you think?
Serving some of the Spanish crown. The non-profitable areas were generally
like they literally made having like the basic right to not be murdered on the spot tied to being Christian.
colonized by the church.
Like, this is so wild that I find myself agreeing with what if he's like, not what if he's with Bad Empanada. Like, what if he's so wacky. God damn, this guy is one Eurocentric colonialist racist FK. Lucy, I have to say, what if is not as uniting person. Not as uniting person. Destiny praised him. Oh, I remember that. They talked. And Destiny praised him. That's right. Like, I'm so shocked. Like, but I predicted this. Like, I predicted that in this video I'm probably just gonna... Yeah, Bad Empanada is correct roasting what if he's like, I guess this is the video when I'm just gonna be agreeing with Bad Empanada all the time, you know? Because I'm just as baffled. Like, yeah. I guess we're just gonna hear correct takes from Bad Empanada in this video. Because, Karasu, did you hear what if he said that the Incan Empire was communist?
Church. Conquistadors wanted to become lords with serfs, but lost interest in the areas where that got difficult.
I mean, pretty much all of them were.
Like, basically, what if he takes his knowledge of history about Spain from the Broken Sword games?
Anyway.
Others just wanted converts, and it was nice if they got serfs as well, but that wasn't strictly necessary. On the mosquito-ravaged coasts of Venezuela, the deserts of Texas or California, or the grasslands of Paraguay, Spanish civilization was largely brought by the church. Brazil and Argentina...
The mosquito-ravaged.
Spanish civilization was brought by the church to Florida? I mean, there are a few things as failed as like the Spanish supposed colonies of North America. They managed to accomplish next to nothing there.
Are largely the exceptions to this. In Brazil, which will investigate...
But he was principled in his hatred of Vosh, therefore praised what about his... As well as, I remember Destiny actually reacted to a debate between Vosh and what about his. I remember, and Destiny said that Vosh was out of his depth because what if his is actually educated, quote unquote, on the topics. You know? Yeah, I remember that. Oh my gosh, that was so embarrassing.
In more detail, the Portuguese started using it as a way station to sail on their way to the Indian Ocean. Both Argentina and Brazil were settler societies in the mold of the US and Canada, inhabited either by African slaves or white settlers with little...
They predated the US and Canada. What?
Brazil, which we'll investigate in more detail, the Portuguese started using it as a way station to sail on their way to the Indian Ocean. Both Argentina and Brazil were settler societies in the mold of the US and Canada.
Settler societies, sure, but not in the mold of the US and Canada, because for one, they predated the US and Canada, and for two, they were structured completely differently, like with a generally intermarrying into aristocracy that ruled over largely native borderline serfs /
Did you just say aristocracy?
African slaves, which, you know, that's not that different to the US, but generally in the US, landholdings were not quite as concentrated because in the...
I mean, like, one what if history topic that actually really pops up a lot is the fact that Northern America sort of a lot of united, hence you have the United States. A lot of separate entities decided to unite into this one country called the United States, and that are unlike Because what if he started this whole video by saying that Southern America is just this forgotten continent that nobody knows how it works and it's mysterious. And there's actually a lot of there's a lot of alternate history scenarios dealing with what would happen if Southern America also would have created its own version of United States, you know? I know there's a lot of alternative history dealing with that subject. If a part or whole the whole continent would unite under like, you know, state system.
Spanish Americas, it wasn't as simple of a matter as like coming over and just buying land from someone. It was more of a like blood inherited aristocratic sort of thing, much more similar to feudalism.
Inhabited either by African slaves or white settlers with little Indian influence.
Aside from like, you know, most of the people who worked for them, like or at least a hugely significant portion, not so much in Brazil, but certainly in Argentina, who were absolutely mostly descended from natives. Just like, I guess they didn't exist though.
The Spanish crown had a social structure with three main power centers with one supreme over the rest, those being the landlords, church, and crown. The landowners were largely the descendants of the conquistadors. In most Latin American countries until around the 1970s, around 12 to 15 families controlled the majority of all the lands and thus large parts of the economy.
Did he just say 12 families controlled all of the land in Latin America? I mean, maybe you can make an argument that in like a specific country, 12 families controlled a lot of the land. 12 families controlling like all, like a majority of the land in all of Latin America? That is a fucking bold. It's a very bold claim. It's a very specific claim as well. It's one that you would think someone would source. And what he actually cites on the screen is nothing like that. 3% of the population control 55% of the farmland. Yeah, sure. That's a lot different to what you said out loud, though.
The Spanish crown gave massive tracts of land to a new nobility with serfs in exchange for converting them to Christianity. The church, given lots of land and tremendous amounts of power by a very Catholic society that had just defeated the Muslims, became a huge force in Spanish America. It was basically the cultural nexus that provided the basic welfare, education, art, banking, leadership.
The church didn't become a huge force because of like some like vague notion of Catholicism or anything. The church became a huge force because the core to the Spanish justifications for every single thing they did was always religion. Without the church, how could they possibly have continued to justify any of the justifications they were using for anything they were doing? It's not so much that the church was below the crown. Honestly, the church and the crown were completely intertwined. The church and the crown were both like complementary.
They often competed, actually. There was like throughout the history of Europe, there was like this huge competition of the crown and like the Pope, right? For power. This is what caused the conflict between England and the creation of the Anglican religion, right?
Means of colonialism. It's not like one was below the other.
And investment of the Spanish Empire. The church was the most stable organization in society and was also the thing that the Indians trusted the most. Although the Spanish American church was often brutal and racist, that provided the and investment of the Spanish Empire. The church was the most stable organization in society.
I'm going to alternate between saying Native Americans and American Indians, since Indian is the term in Latin America. No, it's not. Indian is the term in the US only, pretty much. Anywhere else, you'll generally get punched saying that. And American Indians, when polled, have consistently preferred that term. Okay, well, that term is not used for people south of the US. So I don't see how them being polled on that is relevant.
Society and was also the thing that the Indians trusted the most. Although the Spanish American church was often...
The terminology is confusing it's confusing if you've never heard of any of this shit before. Native American...
Like, this is wacky. Like, I actually agree as well. Once again, I agree with Bad Empanada here. Like, you don't really hear the term Indians anymore. You hear Native Americans. I'm not even sure why you would use that term anymore. Then wasn't the term Indians to begin with because wacky people thought that they landed in India and called people Indians or something like that?
American is used pretty much exclusively in the US and Canada. Indian is used pretty much exclusively in the US. In like Latin America,
I don't think it's even used anymore in those places. Like, I don't even think that Indians is used in the US and Canada much anymore. I think it's pretty much just replaced with Native Americans now, right? About aristocracy, I'm not so sure, to be honest. I'm not so sure. Like, the whole topic even of the right of return is not as clear-cut as it seems.
just use like indigenous or like in the Spanish term, which a Spanish term or Portuguese term, which means original peoples.
Brutal and racist in comparison to the landlords who wanted to enslave the native
Like, why
population.
doesn't he just use indigenous? That is the term that encompasses all of them. Why not just?
Yeah, why not? Like, that's a valid point. Why not just use the term indigenous, you know?
Indigenous if you want to include everyone. Why he's using like all of the terms except the easiest one that everyone's okay with. As a rule, the Catholics like the French, Spanish, and Portuguese were significantly more humane than the Protestant ones like the British and the Dutch towards the natives. The Catholics wanted converts while the Protestants wanted to destroy the natives. The Catholics didn't want converts, they wanted labor, okay? That's a big difference there. They wanted people who they could actually enslave or functionally enslave. To frame that as more humane than like trying to drive them away or kill them, which they also engage in a lot of, is
Like, I think that I don't think any scientific writing would use Indians anymore.
you know, that's getting towards pretty fucking dangerous territory there. I'm not really sure that like engaging in the mass enslavement of people because you want them to be forced to work your farms for the rest of their lives and or pay tribute to you for the rest of their lives is particularly a more moral reasoning than just wanting to take over that land for yourself without them being, you know, being useful to you. So, you know, this is like the like white legend sort of narrative that the Spanish
Communism
nationalists
is
used.
based.
We were so much more humane. We just wanted to convert them and show them Christ or whatever, without sort of.
That has been this is just an excuse, right? There's just an excuse to enslave people, of course.
Going over how the entire reason
yeah.
for converting them was so that they could then be made into slaves, or at
Yeah.
least serfs. And if they would refuse to be converted, well, then they would definitely be made into slaves.
The church stood up for the rights of the Indians and basic human decency. The
The
crown
church stood up for the rights of the Indians and basic human decency. Never have I heard a more bullshit phrase. Isolated individual members associated with the church certainly
It's
did.
just empty. It's just an empty statement, to be honest.
The church did. Like, you can count them on one fucking hand. The church? Like, whenever there was a group of, like, Jesuits who actually, like, tried to treat natives like human beings, the church would fucking reprimand them. Like, the church was...
The right of return is very clear cut. It is right to say these people who emigrated is already returning, which isn't true. It's a racial settlement law. It's true, but it's also not as simple as that. It cannot be just purely racial because I'm not sure if you're aware, but converts are under the law of return. You know? Like, the law of return actually also applies to converts. So, if it applies to converts, then by definition it cannot be a purely racial thing. You know? Didn't the Catholic Church in Canada recently get exposed for unmarked graves of Indigenous children? Oh, I would have to look into that.
Was completely core to the structure of Spanish
Something like that happened.
colonialism in South America, and it wasn't because they were benevolent, it was because they were the exact opposite. The church was literally the institution that ruled that enslaving black people was a-okay because they were tainted in their blood. The church was basically at the core of the racial justification for slavery, which was then adopted by the English as well later on. This is so completely wrong that I'm just gobsmacked.
One of the most powerful elements in Spanish American
It's incredible, the really all-encompassing, very general.
We need to look. We would need to look into it. I would have to look into it, okay? Because that's also depends on how you define displaced Jewish people, right? If you, for example, right?
Claims that he makes, extremely general claims. A claim like the church was at the core of Spanish benevolency or whatever. In order to make that claim, you need to explain why exactly you think they were benevolent, the Spanish were more benevolent or whatever in the first place. Provide us with some actual examples, then provide us with some justification for the claim that the church was the reason for this, which makes no sense at all if you know about the church's involvement in Spanish colonialism, with examples as well, which you need to provide a whole fucking ton of examples that go down, not just down to the micro level, but to the macro level as well. But he just says it and moves on. It's done. It's one sentence. That's all I need. Jesus.
Society, which was deeply surprising given that the empire was so fucking huge. It would take nearly half a year for orders from the crown to reach a place like Bogota in Colombia, and even longer to reach Manila in the Philippines. Something that's very key to understand at the Spanish Empire is that they were clearly consciously trying to model the Romans. A mistake I read about in a lot of colonial histories is that they view the Spanish colonial officials as idiotic thugs who were purposely trying to impoverish their subjects. That's not accurate. The Spanish officials were actually remarkably well-educated and intelligent, studying Roman law and Greek philosophy at some of the best universities in the world. But their understanding of the world is...
So they weren't brutal because they studied at universities.
True.
Very different than ours. The Spanish were the last of the old school empires in Europe. What I mean by that is that before the modern
old school empires of Europe
world, most empires were not economically based. Instead, they tried to control their societies through hierarchy. They tried to maintain religious homogeneity in order to maintain social cohesion, centralize power as much as possible in order to maximize their power, try to control trade to support their social hierarchies, and build societies as cohesive, supposedly symbiotic hierarchies rather than maximizing freedom. They all trusted that educated...
What? Maximizing freedom? Is he contrasting, this style of empire with an opposite style of empire that tries to maximize freedom? The very notion of an empire of any kind is kind of
that. What is the European gentleman's collective consciousness? What? I hope he's gonna call out that weird phrase.
Across history, whether...
Almost all empires in history, except a couple in the West, believed a system based on hierarchy was the best, and that loyalty through hierarchy and uniformity was better than one operating through financial incentives. Hierarchy and financial incentives are not fucking at all opposites. In fact, financial incentives are how hierarchy is maintained. How do you fucking think the Spanish nobility maintained their hierarchy? Through financial and material incentives. That was why the people who did what they did for them in the Americas did it, for material incentives. Does he think there's not hierarchy under capitalism? This is absolutely just straight out of a fucking mod for a map video game. Jesus.
I mean, that is what's going on.
The Romans, Persians, Chinese, etc. However, starting right after the Spanish Empire formed, new forms of empire were created, those based on financial rather than hierarchical power. People were encouraged to work for the empire through market incentives rather than a social superior telling them to do so. Starting with the Dutch and the British, and then...
That's so fucking bizarre, because he went over 10 minutes ago how he believed that the Spanish conquistadors were motivated by an entrepreneurial free market capitalism, and now he's just saying actually...
It's really wacky, considering that Jewish people are not ethnically homogeneous in reality anyway. We will look into it, okay? On Entropy Fan. We will look into it next time. I think next time. I don't think we will have time to look into it all today.
Actually, no, it was the exact opposite.
And taking in the French and reaching an apex with the Americans, empires became structured to maximize outputs and freedom of action so that society could become as efficient.
And freedom of action? Wow, I would fucking love to see him try to prove his thesis of freedom of action in any of these colonies that he has listed here.
Right.
Freedom of action, man. Let's go to some Indian dying from famine in 1880 and ask him how.
Yeah, like India under the British Empire was, I think, the British Empire must have murdered more than any other through famine, right?
His freedom of action is going.
And powerful as possible. I once read a book written in the 1940s saying that Mexico was poor and America rich since the Spanish thought one became wealthy by controlling gold and the English thought it was by making stuff.
Feels like
These
he
market-oriented
supports the
societies
Holocaust.
absolutely wrecked hierarchy-based empires like the Spanish, Ottomans, Chinese, etc. as time passed. Saying that
I once read a book. Which book? How did it justify this
I
claim?
once read a book.
Because that is fucking bonkers. Sounds like a completely fucking terrible book. If you want to get into why Mexico is poorer than the US, for one, there's more people in Mexico, or there was more people in Mexico because Spanish colonialism killed and expelled fewer people. So wealth was distributed among more people, right? Like, this is something that a lot of people sort of gloss over in this why Latin America poorer discourse, is that obviously when you're distributing land between fewer people, those fewer people are going to be richer. And how was the land distributed between fewer people? Well, because they killed and excluded more of them. There's also the fact that the US completely fucking destroyed Mexico, stealing literally half the country. So
True, like, yeah. The US basically yeah, the US basically did take over parts of Mexico. True. What can I say? I can only agree, I guess.
perhaps that is a reason. Perhaps that is related. Something similar, not precisely with the annexation, but with the interference and attacks on their country. It goes for every single other country in Latin America being attacked by the US. So perhaps that has something to do with it? Or I guess not. I guess this thing I read in a book once that is nonsensical is actually the reason.
This will prevent me from ever visiting Spain, but it's really more useful to the Spanish Empire as a midpoint between a Muslim empire like, say, the Ottomans, and a country like France. That honestly does make sense, given that the most civilized and developed parts of Spain, and the parts most involved in the colonization of the
Civilized and developed?
New World, were heavily culturally Arab and Muslim, not that long before the colonization of the New World started. The Spanish imperial model was basically exactly the same as the Ottoman, with a colonial warrior noble class ruling over the empire with a unified crusading religion as the source of political
Colonial warrior noble class? I mean, no, not at all. Like, the whole conquistador thing, that happened for like 50 years, man. Things settled down after that. The Spanish Empire was not ruled by a warrior noble class. The Spanish Empire was ruled by fat men living on slave plantations who never worked it for themselves a day in their life.
legitimacy and a large centralized absolutist monarchy. The native populations were stripped of leadership while the market economy and science were distrusted, and attacks on religious authority brutally crushed. But back to the main point that I teased. The Spanish were
How do you respond to someone who doesn't provide any examples or justifications for the shit they're saying? This is the problem with the vast majority of history YouTubers. They just say shit and they don't just...
As a quick aside, we will talk about all this, but there is the unfortunate result, especially of the current political climate in Israel, right? Like the things that you are talking about. The Spanish Empire was hybrid, being introduced after day 1.2 or part as an optional DSC. They had +2 intelligence, but also +2 for wealth. Yeah.
justify it. So you can't, like, they don't really leave you with an avenue for refuting their claims.
Hello,
Aside
everyone.
from you yourself writing like a fucking 200-page long thesis on the general topic, explaining precisely how they are wrong while going through an exhaustive list of examples when they never even provided one. It's incredible.
trying very hard to model the Roman Empire and succeeded in a lot of ways. The biggest similarity is that both
Ethnic map of Hispanic America in 1700. Wow, this is fucking... Brazil is African American? African American?
Wait,
The
huh?
ethnic group African American that only exists in the USA.
I'm sorry.
Ethnic map, aside from you yourself writing like a fucking 200-page long thesis on the general topic, explaining precisely how
Okay, we do a quick toilet break, okay? Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Giggly. Hey, that's true. We do need a bathroom song. We need a bathroom song. Who will sing me bathroom song? Quacky song. I have to do like a quack song. It's true.
they are wrong, while
Bye,
going
I'm
through an
back.
exhaustive list of examples when they never even provided one. It's incredible.
trying very hard to model the Roman Empire and succeeded in a lot of ways. The biggest similarity is that both
Ethnic map of Hispanic America in
Let
1700.
me see.
Wow, this is fucking... Brazil is African American? African American?
What? This makes no sense. African American. Isn't African American an extremely specific term? Like that applies to black people living in the US specifically? Is a black person living in Canada African American as well? I actually don't know.
The ethnic group African American that only exists in the USA. Brazil is African American, guys. So is Venezuela, and also I guess like half of Venezuela / Colombia is also Spanish. Haiti is marked as African American as well. This has to take
African American? That's what about his thing that it's because it's called Southern America then
from a video game or something.
Both used culturally coherent aristocracies to dominate diverse and large regions. A Quechua Indian peasant in the Peruvian Andes shared nothing with a cowboy in Argentina or a Congo-speaking slave in Cuba, but their landlords shared a culture that became Latin America. A wealthy person from Mexico City could immigrate more.
That's not how it works. Like, the culture of the majority is not so simply dictated by the dictates of numerically tiny elite. That's not how it works. That's precisely why
It's not how it worked anywhere, right?
Latin American history, this numerically tiny elite have fucking hated the culture of the majority and done everything possible to erase it to absolutely no avail whatsoever. They've failed completely and massively.
More than 1,000 miles to Lima and experienced the exact same culture. This was very different from the British colonies in which a trip 500
And experience the exact same culture? No, you couldn't.
miles north from Baltimore.
Look, we have the crafty peasants, the hill tribes, and the land and surf-hungry lords, along with the cultists. Dude, these are like fucking... These are like faction names from a fucking video game. Holy shit.
This is like cultists. Those maps are like those maps. Oh man. What if I used maps?
Take one an entirely different economic, social, religious model. Until
okay, I gotta fucking speed this up to get through this fucking guy just saying random shit fast.
the revolution, the British colonies distrusted each other more than their mother country. The Spanish were trying very hard to imitate the Roman Empire of around 100 AD at its height, but instead ended up pretty similarly to how the Roman Empire worked around 400 with Diocletian and
Oh my god.
decline. In both of these states, the centralized government was trying too hard to maintain more power over a region than really made sense. Both states were trying to get Stalin levels of control over their country.
Look at his face.
Was being done by mule. This resulted in sclerotic bureaucracies which passed lots of legislation that they really couldn't enforce. The Spanish crown sent around 500,000 edicts to America during the colonial era, most of which were irrelevant, didn't work with local conditions, and ended up being condensed around 7,000 laws that made sense. Spanish America...
Oh, tag yourself. There you go. See? I guess I'm a cultist.
Really made sense. Both states were trying to get Stalin levels of control over their countries when transportation was being done by mule.
With Stalin level control. What?
Really made sense. Both states were trying to get Stalin levels of control over their
Wait, is he really saying Stalin level control?
Oh my god.
decline. In
What?
both of these states, the centralized government was trying too hard to maintain more power over a region than really made sense. Both states were trying to get Stalin levels of control over their countries
Stalin level of...
when transportation was being done by mule. This resulted in sclerotic bureaucracies which passed lots of legislation that they really couldn't enforce. The Spanish crown sent around 500,000 edicts to America during the colonial era, most of which were irrelevant, didn't work with local conditions, and ended up being condensed around 7,000 laws that made sense. Spanish America had really complex legal codes which were in fact so complicated that they were only enforced in the breach rather than to the letter, since that would have just been impossible.
No, I mean, of course, the reason why they weren't enforced was because it was convenient to ignore the laws. I mean, laws, especially historical laws, are generally just for show. They don't actually matter. You know, they're not meant to be enforced in any way, shape, or form. That's why they were just ignored incredibly often. Like the only laws that the fucking Spanish crown actually gave a shit about were the ones that benefited themselves. And you fucking bet they
yeah, I guess that's okay.
make sure they were enforced.
This is effects even today.
It did sound like Muir, DJ Muir.
America known for being one of the most bureaucratic and red tape based parts of the world, which hurts business terribly. The Spanish
Oh, you wouldn't want to hurt business, right? Says American. You wouldn't want to hurt our ability to establish dominance over all your resources and hurt business. And the reason for that isn't because, you know, you are following the exact same...
True, you never expect the Spanish KGB. True. That is true. That is true. Also... Oh my gosh.
Path or trying to follow the exact same path of development that every single country in the world, including the USA, followed in terms of using...
Also in many, like in my main topic, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, some laws were created and then the laws were not exactly ignored, but were sort of molded into a compromise of sorts, right? Like the Jewish Council of the Four Lands was formed in order to be a body that extracts taxes from the Jewish population and sends it to the crown. But in the end, it gave the Council of the Four Lands a lot of sort of flexibility to not exactly to play with the taxes and not pay as much as expected.
protectionism to develop an industrial sector before finally opening things up a bit once you are able to actually compete in the international market. No. You're not allowed to do that because it hurts the business of the countries that have already done that. The classic American...
Spanish crown would send viceroys to the disparate parts of the empire and have them rule like kings for a couple years. In order to prevent the provinces from becoming too independent of the Spanish crown, none of the top positions were allowed to native-born whites, with those top positions being controlled by Spaniards from Spain itself. The second someone was born in America, they became a literal second-class citizen. The Spaniards created a system of
Does not being able to be the president or like the head of a region mean that you're a second-class citizen, even though like economically, materially, socially, politically, in every single other way, shape, or form, you're at the top of society? No.
forced labor and servitude in which Indians and blacks had to work for Spanish nobility. This was pretty similar to Diocletian's Rome, in which a government-based serf economy resulted in profound inequality, a strangling of the market economy, and declining population.
Strangling of the market economy and declining population. What the fuck is this? This is like a Jordan Peterson diagram. Look at this, folks. I'm gonna just like write a bunch of random shit, draw some arrows to them, and put them on the screen. How about that? I don't know if I can finish this. This is insane.
Growth, as so much was extracted from the population that there weren't enough resources.
Oh, he's giving up, just like President Sunday also gave up on for his video.
For people to have opportunities. Spanish America expanded really quickly. And
so much was extracted from the population that there weren't enough resources to have lots of kids. There's a very relevant example that disproves this claim. Slavery in the USA, they literally bred slaves like they were cattle. You know, the vast majority of the slaves in the US were not shipped there, they were born there. So if in those conditions as literal slaves, they had plenty enough kids to maintain the slave population, I am 100% sure people in serfdom still would have had lots of kids.
And then faced economic and demographic decay. The borders of Spanish America were roughly the same in 1590 as 1790, and the population of Mexico in 1700 was 4.5 million, or a quarter of what it was under the Aztecs. For example, the little more than a million or so people who immigrated to America in the colonial era bred like crazy and had a population of 10 million in 1820.
No, that's not what happened. They didn't breed like crazy. There was mass immigration.
Bred like crazy and had a population of 10 million in 1820. A key point is that Spanish America, like Spain before it, was an urban civilization, unlike British North America.
It's a challenge to make it within his video.
Was rural.
That's just not true.
Landlords would live in the city, extracting resources from the white, black, or native.
Most of the Spanish landlords had their own home estates as well where they lived. They lived on things called haciendas. I mean, this is so fucking basic that you could just Google it. Like, it's probably the first result. Like, come on, dude.
Serfs around them. Speaking to other elites, well, they shared practically.
Like, the urban centers were the centers of, like, the administration, not so much of the economic landholding elite.
Nothing with their serfs, and so the society.
Like, why would they choose to live in, like, a shit-filled sewer city rather than their own luxurious mansion on a massive estate? That doesn't make any sense.
Itself was fairly weak. Something you really need to understand about Latin America is that it, alongside India, are the most multiracial and also ethnically diverse of the main civilizations. In Latin America, a white
ruling civilizations.
Civilization
class installed itself, and then a complex caste system developed with different ethnicities performing different roles.
This caste system was never functionally, it was never implemented. These paintings, like a cultural artifact of like the 19th century emerging petit bourgeois.
The 19th century, the worst, aka the worst century.
Who like just created like a ridiculous romanticized version of the people they saw around them. Very few of these terms were ever actually used administratively. This just never happened. There was not an incredibly complex caste system. Like the racial system in the Spanish colonies was practically the exact same as that in the US. You were either native, black, or Spanish / white. That was all. I mean, I went over this in my video on how race was invented, if you want to check that out, but this is just completely wrong. Like, I'm pretty sure the Wikipedia page on this goes over this. It also refers to a now discredited 20th century theoretical framework, which postulated that Spanish colonial society operated under a hierarchical race-based caste system. Well, I mean, it did, but not like this. No, not even remotely this complicated.
In society. In Venezuela, for example,
the Wikipedia has discredited that whatever it is.
Castilian Spanish were
so embarrassing.
Ruling class. The native-born whites controlled a lot of the economic power. People from the Canary Islands were the merchants and artisans. The herders were mixed-race white, black, native. Blacks worked in the plantations, and either mixed-race or full-blood natives were serfs. I think
it's just kind of weird to like sort of frame this as something unique to the Spanish when, as we all know, the racial society in the US was even stronger and deeply more entrenched, and racial restrictions, or aka caste restrictions, because in this case this is really what caste means, lasted in far longer.
Really long, right?
formal laws and shit related to it lasted far
Redlining.
longer.
The most important element for a society's success is social cohesion, and that people trust that the other elements of the society are trying
So
their
his proof that there is apparently less social cohesion in Latin America is a survey on the website Our World in Data. Dude, I gotta tell you, like, if Americans think they can trust each other more than people in other societies, God, they have another thing fucking coming. All it really means is that in the USA, like, class divides are better hidden, or like people are more like more docile, and obviously they are because they are bribed with the super profits that they extract from imperialism, and they eat MSG burger and take Prozac.
best, that the rulers aren't cheating the people and other groups aren't free riding. Japan and America are both very successful societies that share practically nothing in common except social cohesion. Latin America, meanwhile, is one of the regions in the world that scores lowest on this metric, with
The
Latin
USA
Americans not
has-
trusting their governments.
I'm not sure if I would call the US a very socially cohesive country, to be honest. There's so much tension. I'm seriously impressed how painfully stupid waterfall he is comparing a feudal peasant society that wasn't even a state to a technocratic police state has to be an extraordinary feat of ignorance. True.
Social cohesion? And his
Like,
metric for social
But this is like strange to claim that that the US is super cohesive, right? Well, the black codes and Jim Crow, respectively, were two permutations of caste systems. Jim Crow is within living memory, true. And some would argue that redlining went away in law, but it's still sort of quasi present in practice. So, yeah.
cohesion is like one random poll that was apparently carried out, who fucking knows, that ranks the USA slightly above Argentina.
Japan and America. Latin America, meanwhile, is one of the regions in the world that scores lowest on this metric, with Latin Americans not trusting their governments or even neighbors at all. This was
Source: a random picture of a guy being put into the back of a patrol van.
or even neighbors at all. This was accentuated by having different races living together, providing different roles, while having a literal parasitic ruling class and a docile.
Is he like trying to say that?
Oh no. Is he trying to say that it's all because of that bad diversity or something? Because here I'm missing out on the Major Douglas here. Social cohesive to the likes of him means majorly white. He thinks the West is socially cohesive. Yeah, I just actually as you wrote it, I managed to arrive at it, you know, just as you wrote it, right before I read your chat, like I managed to arrive at it. Like he basically is saying that it's like not cohesive because it's because it has racial diversity, which is total BS. Like racial diversity equals not cohesive. This is ridiculous.
That having like more races is worse? It really sounds like what he was
And I mean, that is what he said, right? Like, it does sound like he's saying that, which is ridiculous.
saying there.
Peasant class, completely alienated from the modern world. This will have profound effects on the society that
Completely alienated from the modern world? Oh my god.
us later.
What?
A big factor for Latin America is the peasantry and lower classes were basically not represented at all in the social structure. There was no system of accountability and feedback loop between the lower
Were black people in the US? No.
and upper classes, which turned Latin America into a profoundly aristocratic society. I was once reading a book written in the 1940s which said that your average mid-level Brazilian city would have an opera house and no functioning sewer system, and your average American city would be the opposite. Brazil's sort
I mean, your average American city existed to funnel workers to factories. That is why American cities cropped up.
of a weird twisted mirror to all of this, where
It's always weird how he's always like, I once read this book,
I once read this book.
1940s or whatever. It said this thing, no justification, no evidence. I'm not even going to tell you which book it was. I don't even know which book it was. It might have come to me in a dream, but I'm just going to tell you that. That's like the closest that he's come to citing anything in the entire video is, I once read a book that said this incredibly broad general thing that may or may not even be true. I'm not going to look into it though.
the Portuguese government was way more lax
Hey, that's exactly what he said. Dual royalties of people perceived as not white is a fascist fundamental. Like, this is so ridiculous to claim that racial diversity is like causes lack of cohesion. This is like one of the silliest things I've ever heard.
than the Spanish, but it did have a lot of similar policies. The Portuguese government banned the printing press, set up massive aristocratic plantations where people brought slaves in to create a
We're gonna get to watch, don't worry. Yeah, this is a pretty good video of Bar Empanada, I'm gonna say it. Like, yeah.
complex white-black
It was way more lax, but and then he goes on to say that they did the same thing.
caste system. At the same time, the Portuguese didn't have as strong a hand as the Spanish did, but you see similar aristocratic results appearing in Brazil as in the rest of Latin America. A lot of this just
I mean, far more on average of the Brazil's population was enslaved. So I don't know how they didn't have as strong of a hand.
comes from the economics of sugar slavery.
I have my handy dandy chart. I have some fucking arrows. Jesus Christ.
Which creates similar
This guy is like the Jordan Peterson of awful YouTube videos.
results to what happened in Latin America. I mean, look at the Roman Empire, which, as it got higher and higher percentage of slaves, became more similar to how Latin America developed. Two of the most brutal things I ever read in history books were both about Mexican history. The first was
I read this in a book. I'm not going to tell you which, though. He does this like a million
One of
times.
the two books. Not just
Mexico was
one, two.
one of the few nations that when it was born you couldn't tell if it was an abortion or not. And the other was
By this time, he actually cites the books. You couldn't tell if it was an abortion or not. Whoever wrote that, you know, I think they might be a bit stupid, and you might be a bit stupid to cite that.
Mexico was an epilogue to the Spanish Empire.
Well, to be fair to the books, whatever he's is very famous on reading books and totally misquoting them, misrepresenting them. Like, with whatever it is, there's always the real risk. There's a huge risk of the book being either good or really, like, horrible. Yeah, that is pretty funny. The funny thing, Violis, is that Madame Panada is actually doing a pretty good job in this video. The nuclear family, the invention of the 19th century.
Confused? Let me explain. As I tried to explain before, the Spanish government set up Latin America in order for them to administer it directly, and so that the colonies could not act independently. This meant that when the Spanish colonies did get independence, they continually floundered about and failed to act independently of the Spanish crown. When Spain was
How would that work? So they broke away from Spain so they could act independently, and then they just decided not to, I guess?
invaded by France during the Napoleonic Wars around 1810, each of the Spanish-American colonies collapsed into what amounted to civil wars. People often talk about wars of liberation, but they were really normally just brutal race and class wars as the fabric of society fell apart with one local faction supporting the Spanish and the other independents. For example, about 25,000 people died in the American Revolution, while 400,000 died in the Mexican, but both countries had roughly similar populations.
I mean, the Mexican Revolution was not only far longer, and not only were there multiple, with different aims between them, the US Revolution was essentially just a conflict between white landowners, whereas the Mexican Revolution, or revolutions, were actually revolutions where oppressed, not particularly white people had a stake in things. So quite different conflicts there. There is a reason why, for example, in the Mexican Revolution, most native peoples or mixed race peoples fought against the Spanish crown, whereas during the American Revolution, it was literally the exact opposite. Because the American,
Whatever he's just a deeply curious person. He doesn't think about the things he reads or tries to connect them into a world he does try to connect it in a world. He just tries to connect it into a really far-right fascist world, I guess. With races, like in games.
Independence heroes, as they like to frame them, were such brutal genocidal maniacs that the vast majority of Native American peoples recognize them as being even worse for them than British rule was. It's weird how the Americans framed their War of Independence as a revolution, because it certainly was not one. It didn't fundamentally change the structure of society. It just put new people on top. Anyway, let's get this over with.
This was since the collapse of Spanish power resulted in a collapse in society in Mexico, while the collapse of British power in America was just normal business.
The collapse of... it's incredible how, even if this was true, which it's not, because obviously the collapse of Spanish rule did not result in the collapse of society, but, it was just normal business, right? Barely anything changed. Isn't that an indication to you that it wasn't actually a revolution at all? Put two and two together here. Connect a fucking neuron in your brain, dude.
Afterwards, the Latin American nations formed under caudillos or independent cults of personality as their government. These people would normally form factions to back them, often interestingly enough pulling from herding tribes as their followers, and then launch themselves into power for a few years.
Pulling from herding tribes? Did he just say Herding tribes?
This was since the collapse of Spanish power in Mexico, while the collapse of British power in America was just normal business. Afterwards, the Latin American nations formed under caudillos or independent cults of personality as their government. These people would normally form factions to back them, often interestingly enough pulling from herding tribes as their followers.
Herding tribes? What the fuck is that? Dude, what the hell is he talking about? And it's weird how, like, apparently the the evil Mexicans had the dictators, the cults of personality. Not to mention how many of them were
I mean, the US has the cult of the founding fathers, right?
backed by the US of the situation.
I mean, that's basically a cult of personality.
That caused their rise was a direct result of US or European interference. But like, have you heard of like the USA, dude? Like the literal religious worship of the founding fathers and like other such political figures and their ideologies.
And then launched themselves into power for a few years until the next dictatorship would gain power. After a couple decades, the countries furthest from the equator pulled themselves out into coherent, centralized states, independent from these leaders' personalities. Latin America has always not been very stable, and so political fascists elsewhere manifest really strongly in Latin America, since the aristocratic culture allows cults of personality to manifest really strongly. Political fascists gained currency for a couple decades, allowing some Chad to gain power for...
Did you just say like political fascism or factionalism?
Aristocratic culture allows cults of personality to manifest really strongly. Political fashions gained currency for a couple decades, allowing some Chad to gain power for...
Political fashions, I think, that was on the list. Like political fashion or something.
Him and his buddies, and then another fashion sweeps over the region when he can't make real long-term change. From 1850 to 1920-ish, republics of white landowners with voters rarely numbering over 10% of the population dominated the region. From 1920 to 1960, the area was dominated by dictatorial nationalist technocracies that were a weird mix of right and left-wing policies.
Given how much out of history can ramble while saying nothing truly intelligible, but he would actually give an excellent sloppy toppy bonus 97% of fascist art. Fanboys.
Military...
Dude, I wish that I had the confidence to just rattle off this shit without feeling any need to justify it.
Dictatorships competed with communists and almost always won from 1960 to 1980. Liberal democracies gained power from 1980 to 2000, followed by a shift to left-wing governments until around 2016.
Liberal democracies and then leftist democracies, apparently, like, there was some sort of fundamental change because there were, like, elections of some people who, like, implemented, like, $50 welfare stipends for mothers with children.
My gosh.
Just a fundamental change.
Leftist governments.
Back to further right governments. It would be an exaggeration to say these ideologies don't matter. The countries that supported neoliberalism ended up far better than those that went for communism, for example, but...
All the top countries are neoliberal. And which one does he have marked as neoliberal? Well, in this one, Uruguay is first. And Uruguay's primary growth in the last 20 years or so was experienced under the Frente Amplio government, so I'm not sure how that counts as like neoliberal. The second one on this graph, let's check out the colors, is Argentina, which he also points to as a top neoliberal country, which also experienced its main period of growth, actually the one that this massive shoot up that you see here under a government that I'm pretty sure this guy would think is communist. This orange one is Trinidad and Tobago, which I don't know enough about to comment
So which governments would we even define as communist?
on, but I'm pretty sure at this point, after those last two, we can safely say this guy just made arrows, pointed to those, and just hope that no one would look at what he's saying. Like, what the fuck, man?
Those that went for communism, for example, but it wouldn't be a horrific exaggeration.
Like, this is just measuring growth, right? Like, all that matters is growth. All that matters is how useful a country is to...
Like, this is... those sort of statistics can be pretty misleading, right? Because you don't, like, at least I hope people don't just care about overall growth. Like, we care about how the citizens in a given country live, right?
To corporate profits. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like growth can be big, but people can be pretty poor overall, right? Like, I'm not sure like this is like the best metric.
Let's look at the growth graph.
And for example, in both 1900 and today,
Like, yeah. What a wacky world that I find myself agreeing once more.
the average Latin American and 1/4 of the GDP of your average American. The region has been moving forward in the last few decades, forming a real middle class in large cities, for example, but the whole world has also been moving forward really fast, meaning that Latin America has been running very fast to stay in the same spot in relative power in the world stage as it's ever been. In fact, the rise of Eastern Europe and East Asia makes Latin America look downright pathetic and embarrassing. Latin America...
What? Press X to doubt, like, what? Grow for whom exactly? See, you should pre-read my comments, like half of them will be...
How? What the fuck was that? The rise of Eastern Europe. God, I'd like to show this guy Eastern Europe, man.
clearly has problems.
Like, I don't know, like, the rise of Eastern Europe? Like, I'm worried about this comment. Is it because places like Poland are getting more far-right? Is this why What If Artist is praising so much? Like, I've got news for you. Like, due to the war and due to the far-right government in Poland, people are just getting poorer. People are starting to struggle. Like, just recently, I've read an article about the problems with food because the prices of food have skyrocketed. Like, people saying how they go to the store to steal, and they steal from the store that has cameras because they feel that they will be able to at least eat something before the police comes. Like, this is...
Anyone, especially Latin Americans, realize that. They wouldn't be migrating to the US or Spain in the tens of millions if that wasn't the case. Countries like Brazil and Mexico have more annual gun deaths.
Like, it's kind of weird, like, the way these people look at migration, it's like a proof that, like, we are better. Rather than, maybe it's a proof that you are exploiting the places that they are from, that you are constantly destabilizing and pretty much doing everything you possibly can to destroy them. Like, do you think that people migrate from Mexico, Guatemala, etc., to the US, a country that literally stole half of Mexico's territory in wars of conquest, and that has done pretty much everything they possibly can to ensure the country stays poor since then? Do you think that's, like, proof of, like, the US being morally and superior, that system being better or whatever, or is it proof that...
And Cuba has been on USA scrap list for decades. I don't think Cuba is a good example of anything because it's so complicated by our meddling for a long...
The US has taken from these countries to enrich itself, which obviously is naturally going to result in people wanting to go where their stolen wealth was taken. That kind of makes a lot of sense. Like, it's like looking at, for example, like the war in Iraq or Afghanistan, which caused tons of refugees emanating from Iraq. And
yeah, exactly. War of Iraq and Afghanistan, especially the wave of immigrants on the Belarusian-Polish border that are basically just left to die, sentenced by the state to die. The race of Eastern Europe in action, I guess. Like,
Afghanistan, who wanted to go to Europe, and then being like, oh, they're coming here because we're better. And ignoring the fact that you destroyed their countries. Maybe that's also why they want to go there.
That's due to crime than deaths in actual wars.
I cannot disagree here, that's true.
Syria or Iraq. Many Latin American countries like Brazil or...
And it enters into the whole topic of the, frankly, genocide in Iraq, right? Like, that's a whole topic. We will get into it sooner or later.
Venezuela are in the worst economic conditions in their entire recorded histories now, with millions of the global middle class.
Brazil is in the worst economic conditions in its entire recorded history? I don't even know how to respond to that one.
Slinking back into poverty. Why, however?
Don't think so.
This is a question with really painful answers that people generally don't want to have be answered. The answers that get proposed are generally just demonstrative of what's self-aggrandizing. I will try my best to debunk some of the bad ones and try to propose some better answers. One of the arguments you hear coming out of the right is that there's something inherently wrong with Hispanic culture, that it's too collectivist, Catholic, etc. This is clearly false, given that firstly, Spain did quite well.
Does the right think it's too Catholic? That is, that must be like some specific argument being held by like esoteric Hitlerites on Twitter or something. I've never heard that in my life. I'm pretty sure the right fucking loves the fact that Latin America is religious.
Once it integrated into the European Union, and that Hispanics have done well inside the US. Miami in real terms is culturally part of Latin America, as is the Mexican borderland, and both are quite prosperous. Similarly, you still hear what amounts to the racist argument that Latin America isn't successful since it's brown. This ignores the immense diversity in Latin America. Argentina and Uruguay are whiter than the US and Canada. There also really isn't a correlation for success and skin tone in Latin America. The Argentines in real terms are just as poor as their neighbors who are dark-skinned, and are far worse off than mixed-race Chile. Among immigrant groups in America, the largely white Puerto Ricans are
Latin American medium income by national origin. What the fuck am I looking at, man?
poorer than other darker-skinned groups like the Mexicans. You get the geography argument, which has some validity in that Latin America has had horrific diseases for a lot of its history, massive deserts and jungles. However, you also get Latin American countries like Argentina that have what amounts to a perfect climate, some of the best soil in the world, and a big river system, and they still failed. Also, America was able to...
They failed?
Failed? Is Argentina failing? They failed.
Failure mean? Failed at what?
Get around the South's disease problems, the deserts of the West, and difficulty...
They failed. Like, this is like... I would answer this question. What does failure mean? and failed at what? The answer is actually pretty simple, because what if artist views unironically countries and continents like civilizations in Civilization 6? Like, that's not even a joke. He feels that if a country slash continent slash civilization is not in the top of the rankings in the contest, then it has failed. Like, I think this is actually the answer. I really think so. I really think he views it like this, you know? I really think that he views the success and failure of countries in those terms.
Farming the Great Plains through technological advance. Latin America could have done something
You
similar
know?
if it was more technologically developed culture. You also hear the argument in the left that Latin America is held back by colonialism and a part of either Europe or America. On the surface level, this does make sense given how
What?
Latin America is held back by colonialism.
I claim this land in the name of His Majesty. I strictly adjust this land in the name of economic growth.
A part of either Europe or America. On the surface level, this does make sense given how Latin America has been economically dependent on other regions, namely Britain before World War I and America since. However, upon scrutiny, it just doesn't hold up. Firstly,
How? How not?
when you actually read the history involved, the local elites often welcomed colonial systems. Bolivar was practically simping for the British, for example. Latin America sells raw goods to the rest
That's it?
of the global market, and exchange gets
Yeah, that's it. No citation needed.
produced goods. There isn't anything oppressive about it.
I mean, that very system that you just cited, like being dependent on selling primary products and using that to buy the finished product, that literally is like the main problem facing the vast majority of poor countries in the world. That their ability to industrialize has been intentionally attacked and stunted by the richer countries to keep them exporting these primary products with the helpful collaboration of the local aristocracies. So it doesn't, like, the argument doesn't hold up, apparently, right? When these countries tried to industrialize, and in response, the USA cooed them and installed fascist military governments that proceeded to massacre anyone who supported
It's like, for example, it's not exactly a comparison of 1-to-1, but for example, when Vietnam was colonized by France piece by piece, it's because the people of Vietnam were ready to defend Vietnam, but actually the royal family was the one that very cowardly betrayed the country, basically, you know? I guess what if he doesn't know what extraction is, I am not even surprised. Just because an elite group can agree to sell out its own country doesn't mean that the whole country is quote unquote simping for that, you know? For being colonized. Vietnam was such an example. The Nguyen dynasty sort of agreed for France to take piece of Vietnam, you know, then France would declare war again, take another piece until there was no Vietnam. And all of that was because the royal family basically did not oppose France, even though the vast majority of the people was ready to fight alongside the royal family to kick out to kick out France. And to be honest, the result of such a war was not as clear-cut as one might want you to believe. It might have been a really costly, really bloody war, and it is not actually said that France would have definitely won, you know? It was not actually decided that France would just simply win and conquer Vietnam if the royal family actually mobilized alongside the citizens to fight back, you know?
the most basic social welfare
So
programs.
basically, you could say, I've just started reading about this topic, but you can say that the Vietnamese people were basically betrayed by their monarchy, which is what a surprise. Monarchy betrays its people.
and like industrialization. According to him, it doesn't hold up when he just literally cited the main reason, the main fucking problem, which is dependency on primary production, a dependency that has been imposed by the local elites and allied, especially with the US, also with Europe, but mainly the US, who have done everything possible to keep their country's economies dependent on primary production rather than on much more valuable, improved production. Like, how did the USA get rich? It certainly wasn't through exporting primary production. It was by industrializing, by making improved products. You debunked yourself there. If you think about it for 2 fucking seconds.
All the partners are voluntary. Almost every economy
all
ever...
the partners are voluntary? It's voluntary? You think that everyone was just like...
it's voluntary. It's like Coconut Island, I guess.
Everyone in this country just like got together and said, yeah, dude, we're gonna export like cows to the US for the rest of our existence because that's the best way to do things. It's voluntary to you? No, the entire reason why, for example, Argentina relies so much on agricultural production is because throughout the 20th century, the aristocrats with their British and then US allies did every fucking thing possible to destroy any attempt to industrialize the country and to keep it reliant on their primary production because that's what was most beneficial for them. And the USA was so fucking happy to oblige. Under the US-backed dictatorship in Argentina from 76 to 83, the country was deindustrialized at breakneck fucking speeds. I'm pretty sure it was the worst deindustrialization in the history of the fucking world. And with the governments that this guy would probably cite as the reason for Latin America being poor, there were the fastest periods of industrialization in all of these countries' histories. It's just an incoherent argument made by someone who wants to apologize for and justify imperialism with it's all consensual, bro. You could make a fucking meme here I consent with the flag of the US on it. I consent with some white fucking aristocrat, and then everyone else in the country being
exactly. See, this is the argument, right?
Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Except
see, it's like in the example I gave of the royal family and the rest of the country being what's going on, right?
This case, the meme isn't ironic because it's fucking true. Jesus Christ.
With selling raw goods in exchange for produced ones with a more developed economy, but Latin America never progressed beyond it for centuries. The argument generally goes that if an American...
They never progressed beyond it for centuries. Wow, I wonder why.
...company would be mining copper in Bolivia, that it would be oppressing Bolivia, but if the Americans weren't there, the copper would never be mined in the first place, making everyone poorer.
Bolivian copper is mined by Bolivian state companies. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not difficult to extract copper.
Studies have found that greater trade with America and Europe and China actually results in more wealth, not less. The drug trade is a critical...
This guy, he's trying to deal with very complicated economic, socioeconomic and political arguments and just try to dismiss them offhandedly by, whining about oppression or something.
...exception to this, in which the massive desire for drugs coming out of the US destroyed practically every Latin country within 2,000 miles.
The massive desire for these primary products in Latin America and as a whole is what has destroyed these countries too. It's not just drugs.
However, to also be fair, if Latin America was already functioning, they'd be able to control the drug trade to a greater degree than they did. The British generally left Latin America alone politically, while the Americans launched a couple pinprick strikes in the Caribbean.
The British literally invaded Latin America multiple times.
And basin. The CIA gets way more credit than it deserves in Latin America. The destruction of leftists in places like El Salvador, Chile, and Argentina, for example, was almost entirely locally organized and the US just watched. The US...
What? The US just watched?
...does relatively little in Latin America, especially south of the Caribbean basin.
The US does relatively...
The US just watched with popcorn.
Little in Latin America. Dude, he is fucking stoned. He is stoned as fuck. Holy shit.
Doesn't care, although it does pick factions it wants to win. The
US
US
doesn't care? The US doesn't care? The US doesn't care so much that it literally created a doctrine saying we have the exclusive right to interfere in Latin America. It doesn't care so much.
Atrocious blunders, such as the 1952 coup in Guatemala that removed a democratic reforming government and a 1916 invasion of the Dominican Republic, but there are other points where the US should have intervened and didn't. Haitians, for example, begrudged the US in the 1970s for not removing their tyrannical Papa Doc, and I'm betting most citizens in Cuba and Venezuela would have preferred the US to have a stronger hand. The US has more leniency in Latin America than many people care to admit. America, for example, let Mexico liquidate the
Parang panara similar to Destiny in that he seems okay as long as he goes after the right people.
American oil company in Mexico in the 1930s without raising a hand. America also wanted Castro.
He just wrote the majority of oppressive American actions in Latin America were stopped in 1920. Unfucking believable. This is torture.
And allowed him to seize power in his early phases for hope that he'd reform the country until he became communist and anti-American. The myth that their problems are due to foreign exploitation is very powerful in Latin America and does immense harm. Any failed Latin American dictator will just blame their problems on the US or the West to remove responsibility from themselves.
It's funny how, you can blame these problems on the US with actual, endless troves of material evidence, and this guy can just discount it offhandedly by just saying whatever he wants. And it's so funny how, for him, industrialization is a regressive economic measure.
To be fair, B does more homework usually than Destiny. But he's vile online. Yeah. I would say maybe this is my hot take for the day, but I would say that Bad Empanada is more vile online and more aggressive towards people, right? But Destiny does have more actual harm online, if that makes sense, right? Like, Destiny is less vile and unhinged online towards people, but Destiny is actually... Destiny contributes to much more tangible harm, you know? You think so?
Sure. He's just like he spent like half the video talking about how bad the aristocracy is, and then he's just like, anyone who tries to combat the aristocracy is bad, actually. Amazing.
Like, this video by Bad Empanada is good. Like, I agree with him, like, with the arguments, you know? He's a leisure person, but also keep in mind, it's also about the topics that they engage in, right? Like, I will give you an example, okay? I will give you an example. Okay, I'll give you a big example. I disagree with Bad Empanada on the Great Hunger, right? But the Great Hunger is ultimately a historical topic. It's a historical topic, right? And while it does sort of have an impact on the relations between Russia and Ukraine, at the end of the day, Bad Empanada's rhetoric on the Great Hunger is nothing compared to Steven's actual bad rhetoric that is connected to horrible things that are happening now. When Steven says that gender-affirming care is experimental, new, untested, it feeds directly into the reasoning of legislators that want to ban trans healthcare, you know? Steven taps into things that are causing direct harm right now with his rhetoric. And I don't know, I would have to watch more Bad Empanada, but I'm not sure that Bad Empanada actually does this sort of thing. Like, I don't think Bad Empanada actually parrots the rhetoric of groups that are causing active harm right now. Maybe you would have to point me to such a thing, but I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure if he does, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah, he does, but that's like a separate subject, I would say. I think that's a bit of a separate thing. Like, what I mean is like Steven feeds into more like systemic harm, right?
Like, apparently the way to achieve growth is...
Yes, Steven's contribution to relevant stochastic tourism campaigns of the right is objectively wrong. Denying the Holodomor is bad in the moral abstract. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Okay.
Is just to sell, like, grain, cattle, and coffee until the end of time. This is incredible.
Latin America has wasted literal decades blaming America on their poverty, which just mires them in further poverty. The idea that their poverty comes from
literally decades fighting against fucking in the USA. It's unbelievable.
Is a way of reconciling that many Latin Americans are taught their nations are rich due to mineral wealth, but that they live poor lives. The truth, however, is that wealth is practically nothing.
Okay, we can give you a counterfactual to this. Bolivia installs a left-wing government after literally like 50 years of economic stagnation at the hand of American-backed free market capitalist / neoliberal dictatorships. What happens? Well, they nationalize, for example, the huge parts of the mining industry and the natural gas industry, and experience by far the fastest period of economic growth and rising living standards in the country's history in just 10 years. So looks like the counter thesis to your claims is pretty fucking massive here, my friend. And the same has been true in pretty much all across Latin America, that once the American desired dependency is combated, things get better. Wow, who would have fucking thought?
Nothing to do with resources. As Switzerland and Japan being wealthy with practically nothing, and Nigeria and Brazil with massive resources being poor shows us. The truth is that
Switzerland and Japan, luckily, were not invaded, couped, interfered in by the USA in collaboration with local landowning aristocrats left over from the Spanish Empire. Luckily. And Japan's like path to development was literally incredibly protectionist. It involved a fucking ton of like government interference in the economy. Exactly what Latin America tried to do.
Latin America's poor since there isn't a division between legal, political, and economic power. When the Iberian conquerors came in, they structured...
Also keep in mind, when it comes to Japan's success, a lot of, a big part, that it cannot be overlooked, but a big part of Japanese economical success were the war in Korea and war in Vietnam, Both of these wars were a huge boon to the Japanese economy.
Is there a division between legal, economic, and political power in the US? No, obviously not. In the US, corruption is literally just plain legal.
Everything on an aristocratic basis, concentrating economic power in the hands of the landlords and judicial and political in the hands of the Spaniards who recently came over, who, when the Spanish monarchy fell apart, defaulted onto the landlords. This lack of balance of power has allowed a profound sense of corruption and distrust to permeate Latin America.
God, like the corruption narrative comes from...
I know about this is. It is a blind spot, admittedly, but Japan was an empire too. It was, yeah, of course. Like Japan was, Japan had a plan to permanently colonize all of Asia, And also what we need to acknowledge is that basically the US government has backed the communist parties of Vietnam and China in combating the Nazis.
Americans who have the most corrupt political system in the entire fucking world, where everything is dictated by the power of corporations. But they made large parts of it legal, ergo they are not corrupt. Like for an American, it's worse like if some random politician like accepts a $30,000 like Volkswagen Golf as a bribe than it is for like oil executives to like advocate for like massive reforms that would massively benefit the oil industry at the expense of everyone else, for example. It's okay if it's legal, basically. Whereas if it's illegal and relatively inconsequential, that's when it's the worst.
Isn't any competition to behave better. Once power is centralized to this degree, anyone who really tries to change the system gets crushed behind the force of entropy and various weird special interests that don't want...
Instability versus independence? How the fuck do you measure these things? What the fuck is this? What is the source?
My feelings
for this. Oh my god, this is...
Things to change.
You might as well make a graph measuring good versus bad.
The powerful
good versus evil,
yeah. Inside. Revolutions have failed to reach their stated goals in Latin America since generally what happens is that the revolutionaries just fill the shoes of the pre-existing oppressors and change the name since it's so easy and profitable.
What? And his example for this is a picture of the Cuban flag. So the Cuban state is structured the same as Batista's capitalist agricultural slave empire, apparently. Holy shit, this is incredible.
Revolutions that claim to be wiping out the landlords frankly just became new landlords. It's interesting given that the American stereotype went from the lazy Mexican for when Mexicans were in Mexico to Mexicans being really hardworking and stealing American jobs in America. In Mexico, one wouldn't work hard since one wasn't incentivized to, since the landlord would just steal it.
You've lived in Mexico? Wow, we need to fucking send out a fucking red notice for you. Interpol red notice. Get this guy. Anyway, yeah, I'm kind of tired about this. I'm tired of this already. This is fucking... This guy's on... He's on something.
Some countries...
It's not really surprising to me that he ended up getting to, like, making videos complaining about how he can't get a girlfriend.
Okay. So if you've enjoyed this, press like, subscribe, giggle, Special interests causing the tofu of modern civilization. So press bell, press the bell, become like a patron. I always will ask you to giggle with me. I copy the Patreon to ask you to, because even $1 is a lot of cash to me. Then we will do our last react for tonight and we'll enjoy some Final Fantasy Tactics. But first, I will send you the link to the Patreon. You ready? Are you ready? Coffee. If you wanna send me a one-time donation, I accept it in the coffee. Let's see. Vaush. What if alt his? This is like a little bit of Vaush. This is really quick. Right? What? What if Alicia's ego? This is a new one. What if Alhister's ego is going insane? Coconut Island 2 days ago. I guess we can watch that. Yeah, come on. Let's see if someone became a Patreon. Any new Patreons? Oh. That's weird. Ooh. But yeah, please become a Patreon. And coffee here. Please become a coffee giggler. Do you promise me? And become a coffee. And now we will go to Vaush. Oh, thank you. Okay. Vaush. What about history's ego is insane?
For example, there's no way to prove if, say, the fascists or the communists were worse, or what.
What an interesting specific point to open with. What if all?
What the hell? What if Alhis is such a wacky guy? Oh, wait, I have to change the title. I have to change the title now. It is time for Vaush! And what if art is? It's time for Vaush! And what if art is? Same.
History. Ah, yes, some issues are subjective. Like, for instance, how bad Hitler really was.
Even a concept of worst would be. And it's all...
Didn't you debate this guy? Not really. He showed up and he was making the claim that there is absolutely no ideological link between the abolitionist movement, the civil rights movement, and the BLM movement. And when I called him on that, he basically just got increasingly upset. That was literally, it was like an hour of that. Then he invented an excuse to leave and he...
URSS, Russia, Ukraine, Białystok, Danzig, Poznań, Berlin. Where is worse? Like, where is Warsaw, not Varsovia? What is this map? What is this map?
Ran away. That was it. I talked with him and that was it. Yeah. There was like, you can't talk with him. In his head, he just has like a collection of insane, incorrect points that he will die before admitting he's wrong. He's basically just like immune to evidence as a concept.
True.
Yeah, he faked a doctor's appointment to Dodge. He was like, I suddenly have a...
He's not just immune to evidence. Like, he's just, maybe he just doesn't know how to read, like...
Dentist appointment or something. How many books? Oh, yeah, I was like, I think there's an ideological link between the civil rights movement and Black Lives Matter. He was like, how many books on that have you... You're gonna have to name 15 books on the link between those two movements before I'm willing to talk with you. Yeah.
Dependent upon your values, what you're trying to get,
Didn't he say MLK was a mixed bag? No, that was Charlie Kirk.
and how you were raised. In modern academia, the idea that history might have lessons or meanings inherent in it is taboo to study. You just have
What?
What?
The idea of learning from
What? Are you high? Are you okay? That's the main point of history, learning from it. That is why we learn it in the first place. What? It's taboo? Are you high? What other purpose is there to learning history rather than to learn from its mistakes? Wow.
history is taboo? What? It is?
to accumulate evidence and work for the knowledge machine, with higher level abstraction being taboo. Before World War II, academic historians were continually looking for the factors that resulted in the Roman Empire's rise and fall, China's decay, and the like, but Peter Turchin, who is very much the exception, is the only figure who I can think of who does this today. A big reason I'm able to be a professional public intellectual is...
Professional public intellectual. He read that in the second book. True. True. Oh my god, the blonde. Public intellectual.
I have never heard a YouTuber unironically self-describe that way. Oh my god. He is incredible. The balls of this guy. Can somebody find his picture? I know he tweeted at some point in the recent past. He was talking about a walk. I saw it on my feed because I follow him. Oh my god, dude. He's incredible. Wait, he actually looks a little bit like JF Gariepi. Uh-oh. Hope he has a better attitude on women than that. It's Andrew Callahan. It's gritty. Oh my god, this guy gets around. None of these are as dorky as I remember him looking.
The internet creates a void for higher-level reasoning and spitballing to invent new ideas that academia simply blocks due to its misapplication of the iron rule.
Oh my gosh.
One more time.
Figure who I can think of who does this today. A big reason I'm able to be a professional public intellectual is
Professional public intellectual.
the internet creates a void for higher-level reasoning and spitballing to invent new ideas that academia simply blocks.
What? I'm sorry, what? What?
Ideas that academia simply blocks due to its internet creates a void for higher-level reasoning and spitballing to intellectual is the internet creates a void for
Internet creates a void
higher-level reasoning and
for higher level reasoning
spitballing to invent new
and spitballing to invent new ideas
ideas that academia simply blocks due to its misapplication of the iron rule.
that academia blocks. Okay. Okay, buddy.
The truth of the matter is that humans need to be able to dream and have broader level theorizing about the world in order for life to be worth living. A big problem we have is that we treat myths as the same.
A photo of the day I dropped out of school. Wow. It all fits, doesn't it? It really does. Every puzzle piece.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, all explains a lot, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was too smart for school, you see.
I'm too cool for school, you mean? Too cool for school.
Facts. An example of what myths can do is when I dropped out of college, I felt nervous. Well, strangely enough, mind you, both of my parents told me dropping out was a good idea. But my
Already, this is where the true academia is now.
father
I don't know if I'd want to publicize that one. No shot. Cap.
said every single one of your ancestors decided to get on a 3-month voyage in a rickety boat.
Here we go. As all What If Alt history videos have to, we've come now back to ethnic ancestry.
Where lots of people died to go to a strange continent where they had nothing. That made me realize I could do this, and I successfully dropped out and established myself as a financially stable adult. Jordan Peterson
Your ancestors crossed the Atlantic.
Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson.
Therefore, 22%. I'm sandwich.
book, Maps of Meaning, whether or not you agree with his other political opinions, is a brilliant book about why people are willing to die for their stories. The story is a way of navigating how to act in the world. When Westerners uphold a story of the brave 300 holding against the Persians, although the story has been exaggerated, it provides an example of what men with honor can do. And if
Men, of course, it's all about the men.
I was holding a trench against an...
Okay, anyway. Well, that was worse than I thought it would be. I swear to God, he's getting worse.
Yeah.
One of these days, I'm going to tell my grandkids this used to be an actual alternate history channel. No history was talked about here. It just ends. Well, he just rambles for the entire video. There's not really even a point.
True.
That was a
But he is being sized. Yeah, good. Since he's man.
beautiful video. You really summarized why we shouldn't be nihilistic like modern society says we should. I thought it was about scientific arrogance. How is that nihilism? People who try to solve ethical questions with science are stupid, but not nihilistic. They're the opposite of nihilistic. Sam Harris isn't a nihilist. He's just an idiot. He's not actually an idiot. He's just really arrogant. Funnily enough, this guy's like Sam Harris in a lot of ways. But Sam Harris is way smarter.
True.
I've been saying this for decades, so much I actually agree with the Manifesto, lol.
What?
Everyone having fun at the party until the What If Alt History fan walks in with the
Oh, no.
black backpack and the
Oh no.
Kevlar vest.
Ay, ay, ay.
This might be the most interesting, thought-provoking channel I've come across on the platform, and I've been actively using YouTube for almost 20 years.
This is so depressing. This comment section is so depressing. And What If Artist has like over 400,000 subs.
Really? Actively using YouTube for almost
This
20
is
years.
so depressing.
Thank you, David.
Yeah.
I mean, he might mean since like 2006. I don't know.
Oh my god.
I think he would say, okay. YouTube came out in 2005. Was it 2005? I thought it was 2006. Okay, 2005. I guess that's almost 20 years ago. Man.
So depressing.
Notice how the one comment down here that he actually favorites is the one talking antidepressants. I'm telling you, the push against psychiatry as a field has been massive from the right lately. Basically, every conservative figure has some kind of story or anecdote or like position where it's like depression's not real, ADHD's not real,
Yeah.
anxiety's not real.
I
In
am
reality-
that like I've heard this whole bit for years, trying to discredit mental health.
What you need to do is shut up, stand by social norms, never challenge them, have some
True.
children, and work until you die, and that'll make you happy. It's a very, I feel like the line they used to do with housewives, where it's like, yeah, all women enjoy being a housewife, just take mommy's little helper, and it's like some crazy like heroin or whatever that they're taking to like get by. And there were a lot of suicides back then, by the way, or barbiturates or whatever. Except they're doing it with everyone, you know? Speed was popular. Yeah, no, like there was a huge drug problem back then because like housewives were miserable because they were second-class citizens that had no autonomy at all. Yeah. Antidepressants are hit or miss, but that's the point. You know, a lot like the garden of plants. People need different things. Antidepressants can help some people. Oh, I didn't mean to click.
At a
and
time when the
sometimes
world
they
was in
won't,
crisis,
you know?
in the bloody 17th
It's
century,
like-
when
it's
some historians
medicine,
think
you know?
one
It's-
third of the
you
world's
gotta work in
population
it.
died.
Oh, I
A
almost
couple of
forgot the
scientists in
world
Western
in
Europe developed a system that would utterly change the
1644.
world.
Sorry, that was playing. Let's watch it again. Nope, absolutely not. That video exhausted me, okay? My life force has been drained. And we need to do this news story, and I need to get out of here, okay? I need to, like, revitalize my life force.
Okay.
What's wrong with Sam Harris? I've only listened to a few of his podcasts. Sam Harris is like the apex of the, I've read 3 books on this subject. It's time for me to come out with my groundbreaking introspection on it. Like, time for me to revolutionize this field that I've spent
He
20
just-
minutes looking up on Wikipedia.
He's
very
Sam Harris is just like so strangely anti-philosophy. that it's-
Islamophobic. He's liberal in a lot of the bad ways. He's not as bad as a lot of mainstream conservatives, but I haven't. The last thing he did was getting bullied off Twitter.
Okay, so if you've enjoyed this, then giggle and become like a patron. Okay, we have done it. We have deserved to play a bit of video game. Are you excited for the video game? Because I am. More than anybody in the universe. Changing the title again. Final Fantasy Tactics, aka the most political Final Fantasy. And ironically, actually. This is unironically the most political one. Or the most political plot. Okay. Which is okay because you've joined me for just the start of the game. Bum, bum, bum. Ba, 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 ba. Ramza! Don't I have anybody else? Oh, I do. Squire, Jean, Vanessa. Oh, yes. Chemist Janet. I guess remaining one, huh? Oh. Okay. Aska, Janet, and comment attack. Are you sure? Yeah. Sure. Magic City of Gariran. Oh wow. What's this? Just a bunch of kids. What luck. Okay, all we have to do is kill these kids. Then we can escape. Don't you worry. We'll kill every one of you. Damn, that's evil. Delita is here as well, as an unplayable character. You cannot control Delita. Delita is uncontrollable. I guess. This game has really good soundtrack. Let's make it a bit louder. It's a strategy game. You have chosen to look at the most political Final Fantasy game of them all. This one has the most serious plot, you know? The Final Fantasy Tactics game. Act, basic skill, throw stone, you throw stones at our enemies. Levels? Ramza, watch out, don't rush them. Don't patronize me, Delita. I am also a Beowulf. Beowulf? The Beowulf family? This is Final Fantasy Tactics. So you must be cadets from the military academy, snot-nosed little nobles. Silence, surrender or die in obscurity. What can a bunch of kids like you do? Bunch of spoiled punks like you never beat us. see. This is a really good game. Like, this is one of the best Final Fantasy games, hands down, you know? It has good gameplay, it has amazing music, it has great plot. It's really good. Everything about this game is really good. Fire job command, not showy, but fair with the basic elements of action during the game. Of course, it's a turn-based strategy game, as you can see. Hence the name Final Fantasy Tactics. Missed. You missed me, now you have to kiss me. Kiss me. Oh my gosh. Not a super simple game by any means, but we're about to defeat one enemy. You have 3 rounds until the character dies permanently when they are unconscious. If you do not resurrect the character in 3 rounds, they will die permanently. So this is how it is in this game. Pincer the enemy. Alright. Nice. About to finish an enemy. The enemies cooperate and heal themselves. But it's okay because we've got the enemy surrounded. Up. This game's so nice. Maybe I should create a thing when I name the characters after shadows. I should throw a potion and kill it out. Probably. Although Delita is one of those characters that cannot die permanently. Even though I said that if you do not resurrect a person in 3 rounds, they will die permanently, but does not apply to Delita, the story character. So Delita is safe actually. Focus on the other enemy. Oh damn, so weak. Hey, I guess we will defeat the chemist now. Oh wow. That was pretty weak. Bunch of spoiled kids. 23, 26. I guess this level is almost over. We're doing pretty well. Yeah. I think we don't have a counter attack. Very fast. Why didn't you finish? The other enemy. There we go. Hello, Archive. We are playing the best Final Fantasy game. Final Fantasy Tactics on the PS1. And as you can see, we are winning. We are winning exactement. Giggling. We are giggling in full force, Archive. It's a chemist versus chemist. Chemists are the people with the backpacks that can use items. Come here, chemist. I destroy you. Yeah. Okay, let's bully. Ooh! Wait, treasure box. I did not expect this. Okay, let's bully you a bit. What did you get? Dagger! I guess that's not that impressive. Delita will finish. That is sad. A wish! I didn't even realize Delita had such a skill. Okay, that's Delita's Squire? What's this? Yeah, treasure box. Yeah, heal yourself. I need the items. So you heal yourself like a good little healer. Dagger. I wonder if you can sell items. I don't think you can. Why do my chemists have daggers while their chemists have like nothing? They're like squadron chemists have. That's a powerful stone. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna throw a stone over him. I can. Yeah. Hello, Jacob. Look, they're playing the best Final Fantasy game, the most political one. This is actually the most political Final Fantasy entry of the whole series. I have to finish this level. I think Carrie's Spirit is gonna give me experience or something. It's really good. I think it's one of the best Final Fantasy games, period. Like, period. Yeah, it is. You will see. You should actually, like, this is the beginning of the game. It deals a lot with inequality and stuff like that. Yeah. Like this game, like unlike other Final Fantasy games, really delves. It was the first Final Fantasy that delved this deep into political topics such as inequality between people, you know. And how people are mythologized, how history is written to mythologize certain bad people and make them out to be heroes, you know? We'll see. But I have to finish this level first, it's like dragging. But only if this one chemist is alive, so we will finish this level and this person keeps healing. Like we can do this forever, you know? This could like take forever. Which is actually a type of exploit because technically speaking I can just attack this chemist forever and allow him to heal and do a experience exploit. But I don't want to do an exploit. I just want to finish this level. Throw a rock. There you go. Okay, this is the end. Why do you continue committing acts like robbery? You wouldn't have died this way if you'd led an honest life. See? This is already political. I have to move myself. This is already a political thing, right? Because this is like, the context to this is that there was a war. Soldiers returned from the war and were screwed by their country. They have no job. They have nothing to return to, and decided to rebel against their own masters, against their country, and became robbers. And here Ramza is alluding that the status quo is great and says, you wouldn't have died this way if you'd led an honest life. You know? So he's just alluding that, like here, that they were given a bad hand, but they should have just, stayed in line and led the quote-unquote honest life. You know? Because the main character is basically like a spoiled noble at this point, you know? So he thinks like he's in the side of goodness and stuff like that. This is very nice. When you move to place the cursor on a map symbol, you want to go and press. When you are in castles, towns, etc., put the cursor on the map symbol and press the circle button to command shop will appear for buying items. If you don't understand, press the select button for a help message. When organizing units, saving data, press the tutorial is in the main command. Game rules. This is a really good game, like wow. So happy to be able to show you the game. It's true. It's absolutely true, Gigla. Brave story. Record. The secrets of the Lion War are uncovered in this book. Several students nearing graduation of the Gariland Academy were assembled. A plan was being formed centered on the Hokuten, distinguished the Death Corps, who were terrorizing the Galleon region. The plan was to have the students handle all future problems. Ramza. Knight apprentice of the Galleon Academy, originally from the Igros, Beowulf family, is a well-respected family, producing many leaders for the Hokuten Knights. The youngest of 4 siblings turned out worst of the siblings and is conscious about it. Having attained the highest rank of Heavenly Knight, brave Balbanus was facing his last days. the end of the 50-Year War, the Beowulf residence. How goes the battle? Through swift action, we were able to recover Limbury. It's only a matter of time before the Auralia army leaves Certenia. Don't worry. The secret messenger sent to Count Lenario has returned. Count Lenario has agreed to your plan. Good, then at last, this long war will finally come to an end. Father, don't cry, my daughter. Where is Ramza? Just when we need him most. Lisedarg, Zalbag, my beloved sons. Take care of Ramza. He may be your half-brother, but he is my own flesh. Father! Lower your voice. I'm glad you came. Let me look at you. Father, it's been a long time. You've become a fine man. You start at the academy in spring, don't you? Listen, Ramza. A Beowulf has served the royal family for generations. The warrior spirit is in us. Never shame your name. Never tolerate injustice. Living true to your heart is the warrior's way, the Beowulf way. I understand, Father. Derita's a good boy. He should serve you well. I've asked the Dean to accept him into the academy. It shocked the Dean a bit. He will serve you well. Treat him well. Yes, Father. Take good care of Alma. Become a fine knight, Ramza. Oh, do you see now? Do you see how good this game is? You understand my feelings? My gosh, this game. Battle! Come on, Giggling! We will take care of it, like, come on. Vanessa the Squire. Aska the Squire. Emmys? Which one is better? Which one is better? Boom. Homensi attack, are you sure? Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. Mandalia Plains. Come on. Dealing. Is Argus still breathing? What do we do? Don't be stupid. We just need to get to the Marquis. Right. Hey, don't blame us. Blame fate. What? Damn, the Hookatan Knights. Death Corps. They attacking someone? Our duty is to destroy the Death Corps. Saving him is our priority. So I'm choosing that saving him is our priority. Don't disgrace the Knights. Saving him comes first. reinforcements. Thank God. I think I've got a chemist. I guess we'll give him a potion or something. Offers one's own HP to the spirits, wishing to restore the target's HP by double that amount. Makes sense to me. It's a kitty! Kitty! Giggling! Giggling kitty. Oh, you only have 14 HP. Wow! Oh no, you're attacking Hamza. Yoink! Pa, 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 pa. Hello, Giggler, Draken. We destroy our enemy. Like this. Yeah, well done. Well done. Who are you? Vanessa. Well done, Vanessa. Now it's your turn. Asuka. You destroy the enemies. Oh, wow. Okay, this happened. Okay, so now we heal Argus. Hack, item, potion. We are saved. We are safe now. Oh, oh. What was he trying to do? Missed. What are you? Ooh. I hope you're not using my potions. I sincerely hope you have your own stash of potions. I'm dipping into mine. Ay, ay, ay. That hurt. We're actually doing very well right now. He used my potion! What the hell? I see how it is. I had one more potion and Argus just used it. Critical hit. Kitty! Yoink! become a skull. A giggling skull. Hey, yes, this is almost over. Argus, the guest. Yeah, guest in my domain. Wow, Ramza has really big movement range. Broadsword, ooh, that's good. It's a good item. Ay, ay, ay! I guess as long as... yeah, let's survive real quick. I don't have a Phoenix down! Oof. Frost down. Uh-oh. Asuka, I think she'll survive it as soon as I win the battle real quick. This should not have happened. Are you okay? Barely. But the Marquise. Marquise? You mean Marquise Elmdor? Yeah. Who are you? We're military cadets. I think we can help tell us more. Tell us more. I am Argus of the Limbury Aegis Knights. A knight? I mean a cadet like you all. I'm Ramza Beulf. This is Delita, a good friend. Beulf of the Hokuten? Excellent! How lucky I am. I beg you, please help me save the Marquise. What are you talking about? The Marquise is still alive. They've kidnapped him. He will be killed if we don't act fast. I don't know what I would do if... So please, help me, please. Relax, we don't know for sure if he'll be killed. There must be some reason for Death Corps to take him. They might have made some demands. Besides, there's nothing we can do. The Marquise was kidnapped, and I am sure by now everyone at Igros Castle is up in arms. First, we should go to Igros and report. Alright, let's do that. So we have done this. We save game. Giggling. And we go to the next. I hope formation. Yeah, Asuka is still alive. Wait, can I change jobs? I can. To a knight, an archer. I sure take a lot of bathroom breaks recently. I hear you beat the first troops. I'm proud to be your brother. And with this, I will go to the toilet, okay? May the giggling be with you. I will be right back. Don't go away, the two of you. I am back. So welcome, one person that is still watching me play. I am proud to be your brother. The senior statesman spoke highly of you. You are truly descendant from Beowulfs. Thank you. Aren't you happy? Oh yes, I am. Thank you for the kind words. You might have heard about the enemy attacking Elendor's carriage and kidnapping him. What would you have us do? I've already had Zalbak send out a search party. They'll probably demand ransom if he's still alive. Highness, please let me have 100 soldiers. I beg you, let me avenge my comrade's murder. I said it's taken care of. Didn't you hear me? Galdion isn't any place for you. Let us handle it. But think of your rank, Argus. Have you forgotten you're just a soldier without rank of knighthood? I want you to guard Igros Castle. It shouldn't be so difficult. Danger probably won't get this far. My family was once respected like the Beowulfs. My grandfather was captured during the 50-Year War. He sold his friends out to the enemy to save himself. But as he left the castle, he got stabbed in the back by a cadet just like myself. One of my grandfather's friends managed to escape and spread the story around. Of course, my father didn't believe it, but everyone else did. They deserted him. Rank. Listen, Daisa Dark would never meet with someone like me. Derita. Teta. Alma Zalbag. Brother Ramza, you came back. Long time no see, brother. I heard how you beat the thieves in Gariland. That's worthy of a Beowulf. I'm sure father would have been pleased with you. Thank you. Ha, haven't changed a bit. You don't like that much, eh? Derita, you look good. I heard about your role also. Just look how happy Teta is. Derita, I'm glad you're doing well. And you also. How is your schooling? Fine. Everyone is so nice to me. I'd like to talk more with you, but I must hunt down some thieves. Pardon me. I pray for your victory. The Death Corps have demanded a ransom. What? I can't understand it. The Death Corps claim to be anarchists, but they only rob and hurt the nobility. It's hard to believe they would kidnap the Marquis just for money. Absurd. Why, they're nothing more than knaves, I say. The spy we sent still hasn't returned. He's probably in trouble, but the nobles say there's no need to search for his whereabouts. Where was he when you last heard from him? A trade city called Dorter, east of Gallion. Guarding a castle is boring work, don't you think? Teta, I'm sorry, we must go. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll come back safely, so be a good girl. Well then, let's go, Argus. What Teta said is not true, actually. Something wrong with Teta? She has been picked on at school because of her rank. Sorry, I shouldn't have worried you like that. Teta will be okay. I'll be there for her. Trust me. I'm not worried, but don't you overdo it. You're the one going too far to meet their expectations. Just be yourself and don't be restricted by your name. You sound like our mother. Ha 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 ha. Bye. Ramza. Let's do the shop. Bar? He can go to a bar? Okay. Save game. In case like electricity goes out or something. You never know, Giggles. You never know. And now formation. Change off. This job is the basis for all units. The starting point to becoming a fine warrior. No conditions for job change. finest of the warriors, bold and brave, but as etiquette draws out battle skill with the powerful knight sword. We change job. What's the should get more clothing. Okay, we should change job. Change job. Tonight. Come on, Jiggly! Equip to maximum. Change job. Alright. Oh. Okay, so we can have one. Soldier office. Welcome. What type of soldier are you looking for? Female fighter. How about this soldier? Higher. Ah, Kasia. Kasia. Literally. Okay, bye. Welcome, come in and relax, Rumor. Rumors are floating around the Death Corps. These rumors about the Death Corps. Robberies are on the rise in various areas. Galione is no exception. Wagon hijacking and abductions are rampant. Now, a group of former criminals and mercenaries called the Death Corps have been making the most trouble for the Hokuten. The King Omdoria. These rumors about the King Omdoria. There is a great concern over King Omdoria, who collapsed at Prince Orina's birthday celebration. The board of the Chamberlains reported his fever has subsided, but he'll take 3 weeks to recover. It will be several months before he can make any public appearances. But since most public policy is made by Queen Ruvelia, no turmoil is expected. The 50-Year War. A war that caused terror for nearly 50 years between Ivalice and Nordalia, known as the 50-Year War. The war was ignited when King Divanu died without naming a successor. The throne was succeeded by Divanu's brother, Valova, but the Namunda of Ivalice declared war. This was only an excuse. The real reason was because of Zelamonia, a territory of Ivalice running along the Ordalian border. It was once independent but was annexed over a century ago. After an invasion, Ivalice supported Ordalia, but the result was failure. Unrest among the nobles and in the cities of Zalamonia, along with Ordalia's rule, led them to seek intervention from Ivalice. With victories in the early battles, Ivalice's army marched on the capital of Bura, but King Denamunda fell ill and was never to return to his kingdom. The confusion gave the Ordalian army an opportunity, as Valoa was successful in holding off Ivalice's armies. Approximately 2 years stalemate off was broken by the Romanda's army invasion. Romanda's military state, separated from Ivalice by Larner Channel. Under King Valova's orders, a blood relative, they marched on Ivalice. But Denamunda, who succeeded King Denamunda, was a brave warrior against both the Romanda and Ordalian armies. An outbreak of bubonic plague in Romanda forced them to retreat in 3 years. The two squads most effective in the war were the Hokten, led by Balbanes, and the Nanten, led by TJ Seed. They scored many victories as they marched on Ordalia. But the long war was disastrous for both administrations. Farmers' revolts and riots broke out in many areas as both kingdoms focused their war efforts within their borders. This made another stalemate broken only by the death of King Denamunda, widely believed to be assassinated. His successor, Amdolia, was not fit to lead the kingdom and left all matters of state to the elder statesmen and the queen. Therefore, there was no power to drive the troops of Prince Lanard, Valoa's successor, out. After allowing the invasion of Zertenia, battles that both the Hokten and the Nanten fought in Evelis hoped for peace. Realizing the war was useless, both kingdoms agreed on peace, focusing their efforts within their respective borders. Although the agreement was bilateral, Evelis surrendered soon after. Evelis' economy was on the brink of bankruptcy because of severe war reparations. Payments could not be made to returning soldiers, and large groups of knights were discharged. As a result, high unemployment, uncertainty, and distrust filled Evelis. So this is what happened. This is the lore. Evelis gave up, reparations, the knights, and stuff. Leave bar. Thank you, come again. So, welcome. How much? Okay, this tried on. Yeah, I need this. Yes, and power Phoenix down. Okay, we have 0 gil now. So we save the game. So now Ramza is a knight instead of a squire. Things are getting interesting, certainly. And now we'll gain some money. Vanessa. Asuka became an archer. Jeanette. Asha. Hey, that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have to be careful. I need more better gear. Mandalia Plains. I need better equipment. I should change Kasha's equipment. I should sell 2 daggers. I forget I do that. Chocobo. Why Chocobo? Look. Hey, the Night Ramza. Let's go. Long sword. Knees? Ooh. Very nice. Very strong. You know what? No, I will. I will focus on just like this. There we go. I think this is okay. We should get some. I think I'm gonna change Kasha to a chemist, and I'm gonna change the other one to a white mage. So Janet is gonna become a white mage. Kasha is gonna become a chemist. I think this is the best play, because I won't have to buy expensive equipment for Kasha that way. And you know? Uh-oh. That was a mistake. Attack. 12. What the heck? For real? The enemies are really avoiding me. Boom. There we go. Oof. Okay. Now I'm worried. Oh, I have an idea. Oh no! Oh, this is gonna be tough. I'm happy I made a save, because this might be tough to win in 3 rounds. Nine? this. That does not work. That does not work for me. We use the famous reset command. I really miscalculated here. Okay. You did not see this. This game is difficult, you know. As all political games are. All political games are difficult. This guy, we made a save. All political games are difficult. Night. Kasha, where are you? Change job. Okay. Change job. Priest, not white mage. That's interesting. Oh. Let's set skills for Ramza. Item. Oh. Now I know. Okay. Now it will go far better. And the music is random, I think, in those random encounters, so we might get a nice track. Hamza. So I'll try to keep them all together. Try to keep everybody together, actually. I don't remember if you learn spells here or have to buy them. I think you might have to buy spells. See? You get a different music. Battle music in random encounters are like random. You have many tracks, not just one. Who should we attack first? The goblin or the doggy? A kitty doggy. Looks like a kitty, but maybe a doggy. Why 0%? Oh. What the? That's really weird. My goodness. This game is tough. Tougher than I remember, actually. Oh, the chemist. But I think one re-equipping will fix the issue. Or at least getting some skills. Like a white mage that cannot cast magic is pretty useless. Oh, it is last time I got into a tournament. But don't worry, I've beaten this game in the past, so I can beat it again. There we go. Oh, I see how it is. Asha is too low level. I mean, it's like a typical tactical RPG type, you know? If that makes sense. There we go. Yeah, there is, and the story is amazing as well. Oh no! Right. Well, it's a different beast. You cannot expect too much background since, like, this game is already taxing the PlayStation a lot. Wait, where's the Phoenix Down? I've lost again! Okay, I must do some change because I've lost twice on stream. This is embarrassing. I'm embarrassing myself. I must get better equipment. Continue. I'm embarrassing myself, Gigglers, but I know what to do. I will sell. Sell. My gosh. What happened? How did I end up in a situation like this? I think I made a mistake with Ramza. I spent too much on Ramza and nothing on everybody else. Okay. Formation. Akasha. Change job. Chemist. Change job. Priest. Okay. At least we got more viewers now. Shop. Sell. Meet real life. Okay. Information. Skill. Item. 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 I also have to change equipment. There is oh, wait. Okay, I guess I'm going to the store. Once again. Fitting room? I need more firepower. Best fit. Can I afford? Let's try selling something. Okay. No, wait. Shop again. Fitting room. If I can get Vanessa stronger. Okay, that's better. I think I made a mistake by recruiting so early. But I guess it's a bit too late to be feeling sorry about that, so... Oh? Alright, let's go. Story time, maybe? Random encounters kick my bike. 2, 3, 4. I need to learn some magic spells, like healing spells, you know? Swaggy Woods. I will have Algus and Delita people. What rotten luck, meeting monsters in a place like this. Don't gripe, Argus, it's better than guarding a castle. This is a matter of life and death. How can you say that? Enough, here they come. The music is so good in this game. A bomb. This game kicks your butt. I have to level up the white mage. I guess that's not gonna be as easy as I thought. Scratch! That's not so tough. Alright, let's go, Delita. Destroy the enemy. They cooperate so much. This is wacky considering what happens later in the story. Alright, we're doing well now. I guess I'll go to the store after this one and buy some better equipment. Easy. Just through this forest, and we're almost to Dorter. How much money did I get? Alright, we'll get the battle, and after that I'll have enough money to get some good items. Ranza, Vanessa, Aska, and Janet. I think that's something. The White Mage, which has no spells. Or should I call her Priest? Yes, White Mage is like a later version. I said I don't know. Don't lie to me. I know what you did. Where is Gustav? Where? I don't know. Where is the Marquise? Where are you hiding him? Speak! This is your last chance. Where is he? The desert. I see. In Rat Cellar. Wait. Damn, the Hockten. Looks like our trip here was well worth it. I've seen him somewhere. Do you know him, Delita? I saw him at the end of the 50-year war in Igros. I guess we must fight. Yeah. Yeah. Now I remember. His name is Wiegraf, leader of a volunteer army, a corps of death knights. What? You mean he's the... Yes, the leader of the death corps. The leader of the death corps. do not heal between battles in this game. This game is brutal. We walk in pairs. This is gonna be a tough battle. Tough battle. Oh, wow. These are strong enemies. What the hell? Ay, ay, ay. Destruction of nature, gather in flame, fire. What the heck? Did they attack? Wow. No! What? This game is kicking my ass. I swear. This game is kicking my butt. My gosh. Are you seeing this? Compared to other Final Fantasy games, this is difficult. Question is, can I win? I guess. Will I be able to win in 3 give or take rounds? I might win. Or I might lose miserably. I'm doomed. There's no way I can win. Ramza will die before I win. I have no chance. This is the end. What the hell? It's not disorienting. They're kicking my butt. What the hell? They're kicking my butt. Well, Ramza's dead, so game over. Game over, Giglets. Without Ramza, there's no game. Well, that's game over. What the heck? Oh. I guess I need to buy better equipment. I don't even remember how to learn skill. Do I level to learn new skills or what? Oh my gosh. Do I have any money? Bar? Rumor. Shop. Huh. Ooh. Okay, Oh! Oh my gosh, I should learn some. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, yes, please. Okay. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, let me see. Learn, yes, please. I guess I cannot learn anything as a... But I should learn as a... archer. Okay, that should... Yeah, that's That's gonna help me a lot. Actually, having skills will be useful in the battlefield. Let's go. I learned how to learn. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go. I think that will be fine. Wow. Okay. I guess. Okay, now we're gonna be fine. Like, I did not know. I didn't know I had to learn skills. I thought you learn them by leveling up or something. Not by buying them for job points. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but... the game should explain it to me more. Alright? Come on, Giggling! I destroy you! Dearest! Come on, Giggling! Yeah, bye! This is Giggling. It's like a person, yeah. Why didn't I fight before? Why did I only now decide to fight? How do they have all those black mages? You're perverts. I remember now. He's a giggler. Really? Yeah. It's true? Yeah. 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 Lucky me. Watch me beat this level. I should learn protect or something. Here, partner. Attack resistance. The more you charge, the stronger attack will be. Alright, let's do this. Give me a potion. Alright, we destroy. Sure. There. Not very strong. Actually. Not good enough for now. Oh damn. Ooh, fall damage is a thing in this game. Fall damage. You're dead. Destruction of nature. Come on, Jiggly. Ay, ay, ay. But I'm doing better than before, I guess. Okay, I'm not doing that much better. Why is this saying so difficult? What the hell? Jigglers. And at the start of the game, already I hit a wall. An unsurmountable wall of difficulty. There you go, I want to hit you, you pervert. Ay, ay, ay! What are you doing? That's better. Okay, that's over. What the heck? Will I need to grind in this game or something? We might need to grind in this game, I swear, otherwise we might be in trouble. How can this be? How can this game kick my butt so hard? I do not understand this. Explain it to me, Gigglers. I am a veteran of Final Fantasy. And I get my butt so kicked. Oh no. I need more money. Let's go, come on. We need to... I guess we need to do some grinding. Good old-fashioned grinding. On which we used to rely. Okay. Vanessa. My gosh. My gosh. My gosh. This is going to be like this is going to be the most difficult, painful playthrough of a Final Fantasy game today. Thank goodness the music is good. Because, yikes! Gigglers, yikes! Yikes, Gigglers, come on! Charge! Difficult game! So many enemies! How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess the same amount as my units. I guess it's fair, in theory. What the I hear you. Oof. Alright. No, that's what I'm talking about. Boom. There you go. That's better. I guess we're making it even. Now we're cooking. We have to win this, and then I can get better equipment. My gosh. There we go. No big deal. Okay, I guess this is gonna be a win. Thank goodness. This is much easier than the story map. Which means I can get some money, which means I can get some equipment. Maybe learn some skills while we're at it. this is going good. Now we destroy this kitty. You should give me good money. Over 1,000 for sure. Wow, this opening is strong. Ooh. Okay. Job level up. They're strong. Oh no. Didn't make it. Too slow. What? Are you joking? Oh, screw you. That was actually pretty. My gosh. Hey, they used my spell against me. Can't believe they used my spell against me. No mercy. Drop. Okay, let's attack it from the back. See what happens. Boom. High potion. Ooh. this is the end. Boom! It's the end for you! Alright, how much money? How much money? Give me money! Okay. It's okay, I guess. Okay, so formation. Ability learn. Archer. Not enough. Priest. Oh, protect and shell. That's a really good spell, actually. Meeting room. Last feet. Boom. There you go. There you go here. Then we go here. Okay. The music is great. Okay, let's go. Ooh, I guess I'll get some gear. And then I learn another spell. Good, good. Okay, so Ramza, Vanessa, Aska, Janet, and Kasia. Oh, man. This is the best possible roster. Ooh, the best music! Hype! Oh, oh. Bam, bam, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bam, bam, da-da-dam, da-da-dam, bam, Shell. destroy you first. Horny boy. I destroy you, horny boy. Boom. Charge. I destroy you. Oh. Horny boy. Check up. Really? Well, I guess I have to win in like 3 rounds now. I guess it's possible. I could win in 3 rounds, technically speaking. Yeah, I will win. Yeah, no problem. Who do I kill? When I guess attack you. Alright, 1 round left. Easy. The hype music is giving me power. Ooh, well, now you're in trouble. Boom. Alright, we've gotten our money. $1,200. I think that's good enough. So I guess I will equip the archer, right? Makes the most logical sense. Shop. Fitting room. Okay. Oh, that's expensive. Okay, I guess that's it. I can now go to the story. Not sure if I can prepare any more in this. Oh, I can do one more thing. Ooh. I guess we're done. We should win now, no problem. I can cast Shell and Protect at the start of battle. And then I can destroy my enemies, right? Come on, Jiggling! They will come to me and I destroy them. This is the plan. Unskippable cutscenes. The bread and butter of the PlayStation. I like the sound effects. This formation is nothing like the one that I decided on, but okay. Fair enough. But Ramza is strong, so it's okay. But it doesn't need Shell and Protect, I guess. I guess Argu's gonna get it. precious light be our armor to protect us. Protect. Yeah. Boom, boom. Missed? What the heck? Okay, let's cast Shell now. Good. Silent light, shield from evil. Shell. Shell. Yoink! Charge. This one. All right. Wait, why not? What are you doing? Freddy? I'm not the Freddy? Wacky Freddy. I guess I have to destroy you. Good. Oof. Oof. Wow. Life's refreshing breeze, blow in energy, cure. I did not expect the shield to jump in, but it's my protect has run out. But I'm still at an advantage so far. I mean, so far so good. Ready? Uh-oh. bastard! Run away? There you go. I win. Ah, wee, wee, wee! Destroy you. Boom. You're the last. Almost. You're the last. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. First I destroy you. Whack. And yes, I destroy you next. Don't run away. Come here. Hello. Come here. Say hello to my blade. Really? Uh-oh. Did you have a shield? An archer with a shield? Do something! I don't want to lose my unit! This game makes me very angry sometimes. This game is infuriating sometimes. Throw a stone, do something. I'm not losing a unit. I'm not losing a unit in a ridiculous way like this. I can't believe this. I was sure to win and then boom. This is what can happen in this game. This is the most difficult and most annoying Final Fantasy game of the series. My gosh. I remember what annoyed me in this game. Being able to lose your units like this. Eagles, I cannot believe! But now, I think the ability, learn, night. Holy. Game bless, holy. I knew it! I knew there would be a random encounter right now. I called it. Called it from a mile away. Oh, who hatched? Hello. Ramza, Vanessa. Oh, I can have 5. There is no formation that is good right off the bat, I guess. But I will use the spells. Speaking of tactical RPGs, we should play the Front Mission at some point. Do you not agree with me? Do you not agree? I guess I could have moved the archer, but I didn't know. Why? 3 enemies? Oh, 4. Okay. I didn't see you there. We destroy you. Till the end. It's okay. Because Thunder Soul. Alright. I bug my enemy. There you go. Alright. Bonk. Nobody will die. Not even you. Come on. Yeah. I guess somebody did that. Charge. Bonk. 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 Wow, wow, wow. A lot of money. Okay, let's buy some real equipment now. Now we're at Top Gear. Let's go. Shop. Fitting room. nothing for me here. I must go here. Please no bar. I guess I have to go for it. Okay. I guess I'll start by giving everybody protect. Mandalia Plains. But after this, I'll be unbeatable. For a bit. So that's okay. It's raining. That game had weather. It's raining, Giglas. So what enemies? One kitty, one goblin. Who else? 1, 2, 3. 3 enemies? That's sweet. One, two, three. 4 enemies. I guess Chocobo is a strong enemy. I guess I'll destroy the enemies here. Protect. Boom, boom, boom. Missed. Very weak skill. darkness. Chococure? Uh-oh. Maybe I could have seen that one coming. Damn. Run away, little boy. But I here. Amma? Down. Extra gear? Ooh, I know it. Okay, we got 3,200 gear. So we can actually afford to, well, we can afford to do a lot of interesting things now, actually. Fitting room. Okay. Barber shoes. save point and we're going straight to the story and we're clearing the story. We're a bit over-prepared now. I'm glad there were no random encounters on the way. I am happy. I'm happy more than happy. Oof, this time we will win. Slums. You can recruit Cloud in this game, did you know? I said I don't know. Don't lie to me, I know what you did. Where is Gustav? Where? I don't know. Where is the Marquis? Where are you hiding him? Speak. This is your last chance. Where is he? Desert. Very good. I see. In rat cellar. Wait. Damn, the hook then. Bye. Looks like our trip here was well worth it. I've seen him somewhere. I guess we must fight. Hey, yeah! Hey, yeah! Now I remember. Death Knights. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Giggling. Maximum giggling. Maximum giggling. Protect. Missed. Huh. Wait. Take these, Giggler. fight me? Oh, oh, oh damn. A refreshing breeze here. Distraction of nature. Uh-oh. Whoa. What? What's the... It said it with the... Is this pissing me off? I'm losing a unit again? There's no way I'm killing all of them in 3 turns. I think... Actually, I know what I need to do. Hold on. I'm making a big mistake. Hold on. This is not a regular reactor. Okay. Formation. Ability. Learn. Chemist. Yeah, every single person should know. Why didn't I think of this before? Okay. This time we win. Because I've got Phoenix Downs. Alright. And for the 5th time, we're seeing the same cutscene. I said I don't know. Don't lie to me, I know who you did. Where is Gustav? Where? I don't know. Where is the Marquis? Where are you hiding him? Speak! This is your last chance. Where is he? Desert. I see, in that cellar. Wait. Damn, the hooked him. Bye. Looks like our trip here was well worth it. I've seen him somewhere. Do you know him, Delita? I saw him at the end of the 50-year wars in Igros. I guess we must fight. Yeah! Yeah! Okay. Now I remember his name is Viegraf, leader of the Death Corps. What? Yeah. The leader of the Death Corps. The pervert. This is the first level. Well, one of the first levels in the game. guess we'll wait for my enemy. I miss. Bad choice. What are you? I don't like the AI very much. Stone. That's all you can do, throw stones, pervert. But this is going well. This is going rather well. One shot, one kill for the mage. Thank you. Yoink. Argus can take care of himself. Distraction of nature. Or can he? Uh-oh. I don't think Argus has a countdown. That would be so bad if he had. Like, the NPCs that just mindlessly fight. Yeah, Argus does not have a counter. Imagine if he did. We are about to win this. For once. If I can get rid of the black mage. Actually focusing on them is a mistake. What was that? Fair enough. That's good enough for me. Okay. There you go. Okay, we're doing great. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. There we go. Now it's your turn. Tucker Carlson. I'm coming for you, you pervert. One, two, three, four. Oof, it took us a while. But we win! iron sword. Better weapon. Better weapon. You must be the Death Corps. Where is the Marquis? Where is he being held? Tell us. Your boss, Viegraf, was just here. Where did he go? You bastard! Say something! Stop, Argus! Damn. Listen carefully. In a moment, the Hokten will begin to slaughter you. That's right. Each of you are going to straight to hell. Being a thief sure pays, huh? But you're lucky. You tell us where Viegraf is going and I let you leave, okay? I don't know a damn thing. Watch your language. Never talk to nobles like that. We're not thieves. What did you say? Nobles never change. You think we aren't human. We risk our lives in the war for this country. But you dumped us afterward. How are we different? Birth? Status? What the hell's rank? You kidnap people for ransom, so don't act so great. Kidnapping the Marquis was not Mr. Viegraf's plan. We'd never kidnap a VIP for money. Then who? Who kidnapped Elmdor? Talk. If it wasn't you, then who else would do it? Gustav. Gustav? Who the hell is he? Gustav Margarief, captain of the Death Corps. So it was you all. No, we're fighting to beat you. We're proud that we fight for equality. We're different from Gustav. Proud? Bastards. Enough, Argus. So, where is this Gustav? Sandrat cellar. Sandrats? Argus may not know what they are since he's not from here. Sandrats only inhabit the Zaklaus desert north of Dorter. Was there a village between Dorter and Zaklaus desert? Not anymore, but there is a place where desert people used to gather. Gustav and the Marquis may be there. Yes, probably. What's that mean? Cellar means a rat's nest. They are fighting for equality already. I told you this was the most political Final Fantasy. But we must get some items. It is as you can see, basically. Must get 5 potions and 5 finida. You know, in case somebody dies in the next mission or something. You never know actually with these giggling times. You can never tell. There you go. 5 enemies versus 5 units. So we should try to destroy one as soon as possible to gain the advantage. We must fight for the advantage. There you go. We are getting our advantage now. Beautiful HP. It doesn't matter if I give you. But I think I'll be able to learn Cure too soon. There we go. I actually do have some items that I buy. we're doing it. We're doing pretty well right now. Okay. Alright. That's weak. Okay, let's go. The cure. You need to have cure too. Let's go. That went well. Ooh, 2,500. Now I'm suddenly rich in the game. Everybody's rich. Just a moment ago I was struggling with money, now I'm suddenly rich. Where's in the bar? Anything new? Nothing new in the bar. Shop. Bye. Mission. Whip. Okay. Ability. Burn. Chemist. Potion. Lights. Speed break. Weapon break? Armor break. That's good. Toilet time. Be right back, okay? 1. And in the meantime, you can tell me what spell. Choose, and I go to the toilet. But I think I'm gonna choose here too. Right? Wow. Olive. story time. Here. Ooh. Wait. I think that's better. Wow, one of those levels where I'm separated. Cellar of Sand Mouse. Hey, did you hear? The Hookten are moving. So I heard. What's going to happen to us? Forget the Death Corps and run before we get killed. We'll die anyway, even if we follow Viegra. Exactly. If we get a ransom for the Marquis like Gustav planned, we can get out of this misery. Oh god, the Hookten. Let's get the guard first, before the others find us. Are we the baddies? Are we literally the baddies? Argus. When is Argus? Hello. I just cured two! Too late, Arkael! Okay, after this battle we're gonna learn Raise. You're right, it's a good spell to learn. Arkael, are you enjoying Final Fantasy Tactics? You're doing very well. Can I couldn't say. No, I don't think so. I guess I'm gonna go this way. Argus just blocked the door. Oh wow, thank you. Wow, great. Oh, thanks. That was really that's great, Argus. Thank you for this. Hot dog Greg. This is who? Greg. This is England. Gosh darn. Should learn more powerful charges. Fair enough, using potions. Refreshing breeze, hail from the sky. Cure 2. I'm full HP, so too bad. I guess I'm winning, right? Guess I'm doing well. was really good. We had a rough start, but now we're really doing it. It wasn't easy from the get-go, but I really feel like we're coming along. Okay. This mission will be over soon. Boom. Nice refreshing breeze. Blowing energy. Pure blowing. Who's blowing who? Who's blowing who now? Uh-oh. Missed. Boom. This is what you get for messing with the jugular. MP is limited. I guess that's it. Don't use the potion, just finish the enemy. Is somebody here? See, I'm not a coward. took longer than I thought. Should be noticing right now. We've butchered a bunch of innocents. Basically. Gustav, why don't you give up? Your revolution can never succeed. What we need is food and a place to sleep, not ideas. And we need it now. You only see the present, you have to fix the basics. And you think you'll do that? I don't think so, Vyagraf. Never. Is that all you want to say? Gustav, goodbye. Vyagraf. Or Wigraf, I'm not sure. Marquise. Freeze. You bastard. Stop it, Argus. The Marquise is alright. Take him back to Igros. What? Kidnapping wasn't our goal. We never stooped to such acts. We'll have the Marquise if you just let me go. Well? Don't trifle with us. You can't beat us. Stop it, Argus. He's serious. Let him go, Argus. Why do you stop me? The dev corpse will destroy itself. Don't risk it. Ugh. He's alright, weakened, but no serious wounds. Let's go back to Igros. Alright, let's go home. Iglas. Iglas. Oh, there's a ship here. Oh my. Oh my. Oh. Buckler. Okay. Buckler. Buckler. What? Okay, let's try this again. Suddenly I'm poor again. High potion. there. But first, formation. Ooh. It cancels the death sentence, really? Hold on, that's pretty cool. Okay, let's go to the abilities. I think I can learn some new skills now. Learn as a knight. Speed, power break, not enough. Can I learn? Shield break, mind break, power break. Shield break seems like might as well, right? Priest. I would like to learn raise, but not enough. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's going well. Okay, let's go home then. Oof, that worked. That worked. Oh, I forgot. I got a weapon. Forgot about a weapon. What happened? Why did you go to Zekla's desert? Explain to me. I forced Ramza to go with me. Is that true, Ramza? Derita forced you to go? No, it was my decision, not Derita's. Ramza's lying. I was the one to. No need to protect me. I decided to ignore an order. If everyone acted lawlessly, how could law exist? We Beowulfs must show the importance of observing the law as the knights rule. Are you trying to ruin the Beowulf name? I'm sorry, brother. That's enough, Daisedarg. He was a great help rescuing the Marquis. I know young soldiers are eager to succeed. So were we. Don't spoil him. There's a line between right and wrong. So you are Daisedarg's younger brother. Relax. You look exactly like the late General Barbanes, a fine-looking young man. I'm sure that youthful energy didn't come from just guarding the castle. The mission is nearly done. I'll allow you to join. We'll attack some of the thieves' hideouts at once. You choose one of them. Yes. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Daisedarg. After all, Gustav wasn't much of a soldier. The plan couldn't be changed after the Marquis was kidnapped in Galiona. Besides, he did save the Marquis' life. He must accept our demands. Your brother's actions turned the tide for us. The king doesn't have much time to live. We must hurry. Yes, I'm counting on you, my friend. I guess they had the... There's so much plotting. So much plotting in this game, as you have probably noticed. Oh my gosh. Oh. Thieves Fort. Communication with the main unit's been cut off. It's over. No way, it's not over yet. I agree. It continues until the nobles apologize to us. That won't happen. My brother, his views are too optimistic. Enemy attack. Ramza helped me save the Marquise. I'll stay until the end. This is Fisher. Okay. Oh, you healed me. Okay. Nice. Oof. forgetting about the weapon. Strip away the ground with glistening blades, both. Ramza might just die. Karen. This is... I must build some secondary job skills. Oh my gosh. I've been charmed. Hey, this is over. That's over. That's a wash. I'm really going to have to heavily edit those segments. I'm gonna have to edit out all of my game overs. This is to become like a... Yeah, let's check the store while we're at it. Ooh. So this is a thing that we can... Is there a better bow? That's... No. Wait, longbow? Level 4. Level 3. Level 5. Range 4. Much better. I guess I'm also going to have to cut out all of the grind. What the hell? Where's the grind? I want to grind! Alright, finally. Gosh. I can't believe. Oh. Alright. Here. Vanessa. I guess everybody should just stick together. I hope to get like 2,000 out of this. Ooh, that's music! Four enemies? 5 enemies. Scratch. At least we're scratching that. How much? 70. I don't feel that. Boink. I guess I need a better bow. I guess that's okay. Bonk. Hey, attack Ramza. You miss. Oof! Critical hit. Alright. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. Bonk. Run away. Well, you removed last, so I'm gonna hunt you. Mhm. Oh no. Run away, coward. You coward. Kasha. Destroy. Boom. the spouts of everything. We bully our enemies, actually. Run away. Cowards. Uh-oh, Choco Cure. I guess they return now. I must establish some secondary job skills. That was a mistake. But it's okay, we all make mistakes. There we go. How dare you? I guess I win. Oui. 3,500, huh? Not bad. Not bad at all. Which means now I can go to the city and get what I need. Meeting room. Long bow. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Oh wow. Oof. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to raise some hell now. I need to switch jobs at some point and get some dual skills. I wonder if I'm not some jobs. That's a nice and easy map. Again! Hype music! Oh my gosh, the map changed. And the enemy has the... The enemies are so spread apart. I'm gonna demolish them. Yeah, the enemies are so spread apart. It's a very weak placement of the enemies. I guess that's gonna be an easy fight. This is gonna be easy. Enemy get. Now we have to just get rid of the wizard and this game. It's gonna be easy. This is real. Enemy get. Easy. Razor Greenery Fire 2? Oh no, Fire 2? Wait, that's weak. What? Voice is so weak. I expect this enemy to be tough, but that's a bit of a disappointment. I guess some of the stuff, but like depends on the equipment. Alright, soft I guess is against Petrify. Bonk. Alright, we got it. Ooh, easy. You get a lot of money now. A lot of money. Wait, what is this? Whatever this. Oh, okay, I remember. It's the swamp. It's the easy one. It's the easiest level. Should learn some skills as well. If I could learn Regen, that's regeneration. If I can beef up delete that will be a big power up. but one is really isolated. Okay, protect. Missed. Yes, this one's over. Bonk. You're the strongest of the bunch. did it. Almost 4K. It's really good. Okay, let's get some magic. That's what I found. Oh. Sure. Red resolution. Ooh. This is good. Auto potion? Wait. Okay. And this is okay. This is a game changer. Yeah, I guess. This is a big game changer. Ooh, I'm rediscovering the game. My tools. This game has so much cool stuff to work with. I can't believe. Okay. Angelica is overpowered as well now. Should have given Algus some passive skills as well. But that's okay. That's okay. It's raining, Gigglers. It's raining hardcore. Communication with the main unit's been cut off. It's over. No, wait, it's not over yet. I agree. It continues until the nobles apologize to us. My brother, his views are too optimistic. Enemy attack. Ramza helped me save the Marquise. I'll stay until the end. Till the nobles apologize to us. It ain't over till it's over. Throwing stones from glass houses. Baker's gonna have like, this is gonna be long for the Bakers. I guess this is it for you, Baker. Wow. Hit hard. Very hard. Ay, ay, ay. need to grind for it as well. It seems like. My gosh. It's not easy. This game is not easy. It's a difficult game. Oh, where I need to grind? That depends if I will run out of Phoenix Downs or not. Oh. Keep in mind I already did some grinding. As is. Oh, this is great. I don't have yell even. I don't even have such a skill. What does yell even do? It's okay, I'm gonna... Oh. Ay, ay, ay! I like this skill now. You coward! At least attack the enemy! What the hell, Delita? For real? 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 Okay. Delita, you bastard! Come on! This might not be so bad. Oh, nice. Thank you, thank you. I am grateful to you. Nice! And maybe I won't be. I might not be needing to grind after all. Maybe I will win without grinding. Oh, what? What the hell? Or maybe not? might need to grind after all. What the heck? I was going pretty well. Mira. Ay, ay, ay. Come on. Uh-oh. What? Oh my gosh. They're breaking my equipment. I guess it's over. So I guess I need better stuff. My gosh, gigglers. Need better skills. I've just discovered the passive skills. This will be some heavy editing. Oh, how the how the table turns. True. How the tables turn. Yeah. Ooh. Actually. Everybody should have this. What a crucial thing that I didn't have. something to that bastard as well. Lerita, where are you? Okay, now we grind. My gosh. Oh, this will be a calm battle. Only 4? Uh-oh. I didn't deploy everybody. Uh-oh. It's a mistake. Now I'm at a disadvantage. Seems like the number of the enemy scales. Boink. Let's see the counter in action. There we go. Which one's Saul? Wow, everybody gains so many job points now. Should have equipped this from the start. What the hell? So many. Oh. Ooh, I missed. Pero ooh, you shielded with your own money. Now I can buy some really good skills. Alright. Let me check some skills first. Wanna check if I set the right on the archer. She didn't gain that many. Really. Yes. What can the rams alone? boy? Penny boy? Come on. This is a big boy. Big Ben. Okay, let's go this big. Should teach the counter tackle. Right? And cure 3. Oh damn. It didn't do anything, so I guess I didn't get any XP. I should get better healing. Cure 3. that's how strategy works. Wow, wow, wow. That was unexpected. That was random. Oh, yeah. One. There's the thing. Almost. Almost over. Oh, you're alive? You're alive. There we go. Now loading. Finally. Finally! Uh-oh. One more and Alright. Ooh. And this is where the best skill comes in handy. Gained job points. Eve is not strong. away the ground with glistening blades. Borto. Okay, so we've got more job points now, which means animation, building, I need to get some job points. Ramza the thief. Vanessa the monk. Aska the archer. Black mage. And Morocco. What a roster. Can you believe this? Giggling. Yeah. She's like the biggest giggling event of all. Giggling! Well, I have acquired the most giggling of all the giggling, and I am ready. I am ready to do this. You want to punch me? Hi, guy. I guess I'm gonna pick them up one by one. Come here. I'm being so cautious. I'll punch you. Regeneration. Yoink. Sakura. Okay, we're winning. Heal yourself. I suspected as much. Alright. High potion. Okay. I guess the biggest experience is just from attacking in the game, not from just doing stuff. It makes sense, I guess. Años Babylon. Running is key in this game. Come here, you coward. Wunderbar. There we go. Mhm. Bastard. Strip away the ground with glistening blades, boss. Wow, we've gotten wow. Why did these opponents give it so much money? This is it's pretty interesting, actually. Okay. Learn as a thief. Thief. what I'm talking about. Oof. Hey, we're gonna get one more fighting. Guess I'm gonna put on haste on everybody. Yee, come on. This is gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Get good. I'm gonna get good. Ooh. Haste. No. What the heck? Missed. You know what? I'm trying again. This isn't good. One hit KO? Did that just happen? One hit KO. Okay, work, please. Yeah. doing well. Hello, Maya. Maya. How are you? Are you enjoying Final Fantasy Tactics? The most political of Final Fantasy games? Ay, ay, ay. Oof. Layer upon layer, make your mark now. Haste! And it missed. Yeah, great game, right? This is the most political of the Final Fantasy. Uh-oh. Slip away the ground. Uh-oh. Oops. destruction of nature. Gather in flame. Fire. You're fired. Come on. You're fired. Damn. And now we destroy you. What? Ah. Boing. So much gil. So many gills. Okay, let's learn some skills. And then we might finish this stream for today after I learn some skills. Almost 10 hours. My God. And I should. Ability, learn, monk. I need this skill. Archer. Monk. Preserve. Kindness. Hmm? I'll move. Metal. Metal. Thief. Ooh. You know what? One more battle before I go to sleep. One more battle and I go to sleep. One more battle. Badu. Come on. One more Badu. Let's go. One more Badu. Oh my gosh. There we go. One more Badu. And then I go. Gigglers, come on. Giggling. Yeah. One more Badu before I sleep. Badu. Time my gel. Yeah. I have learned super skill. Super skill. So this is serious business. Serious business. Come on. I destroy my enemy. Ooh, best music for last battle. Okay. Now we have to do hype. Come on. Giggling. Yeah. Come here, Giggler. Yeah. Still your experience. Giggling. Ace. Layer upon layer, make your mark now. Haste. Mark. Young. 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 Good, good. Yeah. I destroy my enemy. Name you. Boom boom. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. Still experience. Stay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. your experience. Oof. Steal your experience. Run away! I destroy you. Boom. Now greenhouse. finishing for today. Thank you for coming, giggling. And now I press end stream because thank you for coming, and we will do many things next time, okay? Bye bye. Thank you. Giggling.